and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night, and I just realized that I need to fix something in the chat. Hold on. One moment, there we go. Just updating the title of the tournament, because welcome everyone, welcome to OSC King of the Hill, weekly number 158. Ooh, it is good to be back. I was able to take a moment to get some water and have a snack. And then we're back. We're diving right back into this, and here we go. West. Oh. I can't speak to them. I can't speak. Eddie said West. Alright, we're good. We are good to go. Welcome and welcome to OSC King of the Hill, weekly number 158, and we are diving into our next game. I am... Oh. So we are diving into our game here, and this is a best of one here, King of the Hill style tournament. The winner stays on, the loser is eliminated here from the entire event. A brutal series, a brutal matchup, a brutal format here, and we're here to enjoy. To all enjoy, Papi. And spawning in the bottom left corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Representing Club NV, it is Quanta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran himself, the Polish Terran representing his team, Navi. It is Spirit. Here we go. One moment, I just have to update the names as well. Here we go. One momento here as we do just update the names, update the players, and bam! There we go. Quanta! I'm here for it. Vamonos. We have found ourselves in a TVT, and for those that were here last week, you would know that Spirit is our reigning King of the Hill. He is our king. He is our master. Spirit had a wild time last week, taking down player after player, having a good showing. Of course, he's our reigning King of the Hill. Meanwhile, Quanta is here to knock him down. Quanta, he is here to claim that throne as his own. Can he, though? That is the question. We're here to find out. As we're loading into 2000 atmospheres, again, this is an older map of the map pool. If you are a newer viewer and you are a fan of StarCraft, maybe you wouldn't be familiar with this, but this was a map that was active and in the circuit a couple of years ago. 2020, 2021 era of StarCraft was when 2000 atmospheres was at its prime. Nowadays, you know, it is a couple of years old, but we have an extended map pool. Extended map pool here in this tournament. We have it available, and ooh, Quanta catches out the Reaper. Does get a couple of hits in. Reaper is going to be taking a lot of damage here. Spirit racing back home. Quanta having a bit of an edge here as well. Again, I do believe a part of that is also due to the fact that Quanta is our challenger as well. Quanta, this is map pick. Map pick for Quanta, as he is looking to usurp the current king. Behind this, going to be a 1-1-1 setup. 1-1-1 setup here from Spirit. Likewise, we have Quanta going for a bit of a faster CC instead. So an aggressive opener at a Spirit, economic here at a Quanta. The goal of Quanta is to defend. The goal of Spirit to attack. Did open up double Reaper Hellion. Bunker is done here on the low ground. Is already up and running. We do try to dip into the main. Hellion does add a little bit of DPS there. Marine goes down. Good control here at a Spirit. He does pull back in time. Does pull back in time. Ooh, but we'll lose one Reaper in the process there. Another Reaper has arrived, but again, that was a good trade force for Quanta overall. Quanta is holding. Let's go. Let us go. Behind this, oh my god, we may have had a later expansion for Spirit, but we're rushing into a very fast third CC, and this is a good way to catch back up in this game, to catch back up in this TVT, to rush into that third. Can we actually hold on to it? Can we maintain it though? That is the question, because Quanta is doubling down on Cyclones. As you should. In the current meta of TVT, it's all about the Cyclones, papi. The Cyclones, they are soon to arrive. They're soon to pop off here, at least from the side of Quanta. Spirit behind this is going to be down in Cyclone production, which is dangerous. It is very dangerous in TVT to be behind in Cyclones because things can very quickly escalate out of control in favor of your opponent. So do worry a little bit. Do worry a little bit here for Spirit. He's being greedy. He's cutting Cyclones. Meanwhile, Quanta is massing more and more. Now, thankfully, Spirit, he is getting his tank on the way. This tank is going to be invaluable here in the defense. We need this tank if we can get it up and running, especially on the high ground. We can defend. We can make up for our lack of Cyclones. Still difficult, but solid. Solid nonetheless. Now, the danger here would have been if Quanta had gone for a tech lab on the starport. If he had gone for interference matrix and gone for the disable on the Raven and had pushed with his Cyclones with like 1 or 2 Ravens, then he could 100% just kill Spirit. Thankfully though, Quanta didn't do that. He's catching up with his own 3rd CC. It is on the way. Cyclones have been revealed. Quanta dips in, and I believe Quanta did in fact see the CC already done for Spirit. So quite a greedy maneuver out of Spirit. Meanwhile, Quanta, again, playing catch up with his own 3rd CC, and I thought this would be the case. We're making it up, papi. We are making it up as we have factories on the way for Quanta. Get ready for a long one, papi. Get ready here. Let's go. Let us go here as we are going to be amassing a battle mech army. Ferrari mech, if you will. Cyclones, Hellions, more Cyclones, more Hellions. Eventually transitioning into tanks. We will get there at some point. But until then, we have map control. And 2000 Atmosphere is not a bad map for mech either. As we see Spirit pushing out to actually expand, to take control of this 3rd base location. As the CC has been thrown down. Likewise, Quanta rotating over towards the right hand side, looking for a way in. He scans, he sees the tank setup, he sees the Ravens, and he wants none of it. Not yet. Interesting, as we are not investing into Hurricane Thrusters. We're not investing into Cyclone Speed. We're not making Cyclones. We're actually going for a more traditional form of mech. Blue Flame Hellions with tanks and Vikings. Tank Viking here from our Blue Terran player. Okay. So Quanta, he starts off with the Cyclones for map control, that is true, but he doesn't mass Cyclone, which makes sense against this kind of army. Just wants to catch up when it comes to the tank count, to catch up and then overtake that of Spirit. So we're gotta be in for a long one, Papi. We're in for a long one. Let's go. Do have our Cyclone forcing back some of those Hellions, just testing the waters here as the 3rd base is getting up and running. Again, Spirit does have the better economy. He got the faster 3rd, got it on location. He's up 10 workers. Not just that, Spirit will also have the more mobile army. Now, what's important here is that Spirit hasn't. Oh, he has. Okay. He did scan earlier. He did see the factories. He's aware of the mech. He's pushing out. At the same time, Hellion's going to be threatening this mineral line. 3 SCVs go down, but Spirit is still pushing. He doesn't care. And again, Spirit, he has Ravens. These tanks, there are a lot of them, that is true, but they are spread thin. They don't have a lot of supports because at the same time, Quanta, he dives into the mineral line. He will kill 9 workers across the map. And suddenly, Quanta, he's evening up the worker counts. Oh, the big tank volleys were going up. At the same time, Spirit, he's going to be pushing. Here's the disables. Big disables here. Every single tank gets called out. The Marines and Marauders, they're just pushing on forward. And we break through the defensive line. The tanks are going down one after the other. We break the 3rd base. Quanta was doing so well across the map, but again, the Ravens were too much. The 3rd is denied. It is forced back into the main. The Vikings did zone away the Ravens at least, and I believe the Ravens, yeah, they all got shut down. Every single Raven did die here in the process. But it was a good move here from Spirit nonetheless. And Spirit just containing his opponents here, stimming on forward once again. Oh, boys are being pulled. Hellions? The Hellions going to be falling here against those Marauders. Another tank goes down as well. Good trade from Spirit. Meanwhile, Quanta trying to re-establish the space. And Spirit, he's catching up when it comes to the air control. We have 2 more starports on the way. We have a fusion core as well for eventually Liberators. Eventually. We are working towards those mass Vikings. As he continues to rally across the map, 4CC being landed on location. Spirit, he's just all over Quanta right now. And Quanta is just stuck turtling. He's playing mech anyway, so turtling kind of comes with the style of play that or the composition that he's going for. But Quanta, again, he's just kind of stuck at home, building up more tanks, building up more Vikings. The problem here is that Spirit's going to max out. Spirit, he will be the first player to max out. And he will look to try to break this position once again. This time with Liberators. Liberator Rangers on the way. So Naga under control here of Spirit. On the left-hand side, Spirit trying to sneak out with a couple of these Hellions, but they get caught out. Ooh, a brutal trade for Quanta. Losing so many of those Hellions. One Hellion gets behind the mineral line. One Hellion is going to get quite a bit done. A couple of workers, not bad. Not bad. Get a couple of SCVs here, but the army has arrived. Oh. Quanta throwing down more factories, more tanks. Oh, the tanks. And basically, Spirit doesn't have to push in. Even if Spirit maxes out first, he doesn't have to push in. But what he has to do is deny the 4th. That's the goal here. If Quanta ever tries to expand and ever tries to take a 4th base, Spirit will be there to stop him. Either to stop the 4th base or to come in from a more vulnerable angle and try to catch Quanta while he's spread thin. That's kind of the moment that Spirit is waiting for. Behind this, plenty of upgrades. You know, Vikings are amassing, Liberators, more Vikings, more Libs. Looking at the unit counts, we do have a Viking lead for Quanta. No, not anymore. We had a Viking lead for Quanta. As Blue Flame Hellions, they go for another run by. They roast up an SCV. But only one SCV. Do we have a 4th CC, by the way? We do. We do have a 4th base. Ooh, an orbital, by the way. Could be landed over on location. Meanwhile, Spirit slowly edging on forward here. The Viking count is even. Bearing in mind, though, that we have Marines on the ground to help support those Vikings as well, to add a little bit of extra DPS. We're going to be investing even further here. Vikings going to be trading. We did hit first here from Quanta. Ooh, as Liberators will be going down. They did overextend. Looking at the armies. Spirit, he does like a massive Viking lead. He's got 16 Vikings going into mass lib. 5 libs at a time. The freedom, papi. Oh, the freedom. It's all coming. See in chat, I guess they ended up on the Mexican server. I stand. I'm gonna need you to calm down. I stand. More bases being taken. Spirit even taking some of the CCs on location as well. That's just how greedy he is. That's how ahead he is. And I'm waiting for it to pull the trigger. I'm waiting for the Mass Liberator to ruck up. I'm waiting for the freedom. Gibbs. Vikings gonna be clashing again. Spirit, he has the Viking lead. He has the upgrade lead as well for his Vikings. And he will take this fight. He will take map control, air control even away from Quanta. Liberation zones are here. The freedom has made it. We have 1 turret. We're stimming on forward. We shut down the turrets. We shut down the tanks, and Spirit is snowballing out of control. He breaks on through the mech army. GG gets called. And Spirit will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Our king still reigns strong here. There's a reason why Spirit is our reigning king of the hill, because he popped off last week, and he's going to be popping off this week as well. He is a titan, a force to be reckoned with. Can anyone bring him down? Can anyone stop this man? anyone stop this man, as we are just waiting for our next challenger. As a reminder, if you're maybe watching for the first time, like the King of the Hill? Yeah, King of the Hill, Papi. Best of one. Nothing but best of ones here. So it is a brutal format, but it also causes upsets. You know, there's a world out there. There have been moments where we get like a TVT sniper. Like, I'm always bringing forward Nicaract, for example. Nicaract, he's a terrifying player in TVT. It's his best matchup. Likewise, there are some PvP snipers out there as well when it comes to the mirror matchup. And you can bring a favored player down. We can bring a favorite player down with a specialized build, with a specialized cheese as well, as it is a best of one. And again, the way this works is that we have 15 players lined up here, one after the other. 15 players lined up to bring Spirit down. And whoever defeats Spirit, if anyone, whoever beats Spirit, will claim the crown himself and will be the new King of the Hill. And then everyone else tries to bring him down as well, and it just keeps on going. The endless cycle of violence continues until the end of the night. Till the end of the night. And we have our next challenger. Quanta has fallen. Our Korean Terran was not enough to bring Spirit down, but maybe we need another race. Maybe we need a very different kind of player from a different kind of region. I'm ready. It is going to be Spirit versus the Protoss player from the Netherlands. It is Spirit versus Hydra up next. Let's go. Let us go. So I do need to set up our lovely teams. But yeah, Hydra, of course, he has recently been committing quite a lot to StarCraft. I remember briefly talking to him, I want to say at the start of the year, when we were covering, I think we were casting the IM Katowice qualifiers, at the start of the year. And he was saying how, like, he wanted to commit really hard to StarCraft here in 2024 because this might be his last year in StarCraft. Like, there are other things that he wants to be focusing on. You know, his studies are wrapping up. So this may be his final year, and if it is, he wants to put his all into it. He wants to put everything he can into this year of StarCraft. We'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if he can pull it off here against Spirit. That's the thing, right? Like, Spirit, he is one of the best Terran players in all of Europe. He's one of the best. He's up there alongside Clem, alongside Hero Marine. I would say Spirit is top 2 Terran in Europe. Some would say top 3, regardless. You know, you can make an argument for either one. And it's a difficult player to bring down. But again, we've had plenty of amazing players here in OSC King of the Hill. For those wondering, we've had players like Solar, players like Beyond and Nightmare, for example, Max Pax. There's some big names available. But it's not on us to field the players. It's on Eddie. Big shout out to Eddie, by the way. Eddie, he is the CEO of OSC. He's the owner of OSC Esports, and he is running the tournament today. He's adminning the event, and he does pick and choose who gets fielded when, and which players get sent out at which times. So he's the puppet master here of this tournament. And yeah, we'll see where he does take us. Oh, beautiful. As we have our lobby. We have our lobby. So also, when it comes to this format, just as a reminder to how this works, it is challenger picks. The challenger does pick the map. Oh. And there is one veto. We have an extended map pool. Spirit, as our reigning King of the Hill, he gets one veto available to him. He has vetoed Equilibrium, and Hydra can pick any other map he wants in the map pool. And again, his map of choice, Oceanborn, is going to be Oceanborn. Let's go. So again, the challenger has that kind of that edge, that advantage, that map pick. But it's still best of one. Still not going to be easy. Hydra, not Idra. Yeah, yeah. Hydra, Bobby. As we are getting into our next game, we're getting into game number 2 here. Our second match of the night, but still plenty more ahead of us, plenty more. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Terran player representing Team Na'Vi, his new team, the current king of the hill. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, I believe still representing Team Brody. I'm not entirely certain. From the land of the Netherlands, it is Hydra. Oh, my god. There we go. As we just clear up that UI. Again, Quanta was just competing in the first game, but he has since left us. Just some residual Quanta energy left on Spirit. It's on him, puppy. It's inside him. As we're settling into this, we're settling into our TVP. And we'll see what Hydra has in store. I did mention before then that again, the challenging player has a big advantage. They can pick the map, they can come in prepared, they can come in with a sniper build. We'll see. We'll see what Hydra has in store for us. As for now, gonna be a bit of an annoyance, a bit of a nuisance, tasing away at that SCV. Hazing away at it. As we do see a Hydra back at home, just getting into his opener. Probe coming in. And we're going for a double gas opener here. I believe Hydra's in the dark. Yeah, Hydra, he didn't go in for the full scout. He is being zoned away from the main base, so he is a little bit in the dark. For all he knows, there could be a CC on the high ground. It could be a very safe economic build. Hydra is in the dark. As we can see, double gas opener into a factory here in production. So something much more aggressive from Spirit. And I know that Spirit has a reputation of being very greedy. That is true. He's known for his greed, but he likes to have fun sometimes. And we've seen that time and time again. You know, we casted Spirit versus a laser a couple of days ago in the House Galactic Battle, where Spirit 2-port BC'd a laser 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row, just 2-port BC, pal. Non-stop against a laser. You know, he likes to be aggressive at times, likes to be in your face. Depends on how he feels. As we have our tech of choice, it's going to be the Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener here at a Hydra. Meanwhile, across the map, Spirit is getting into his Cyclone. Okay, going to be a Cyclone first at a Spirit. We'll see if he invests into another Cyclone or if he goes for a Reactor or even Widowmine before Reactor for a Mine Drop. A much more standard way of opening. Reapers, they get across the map, dancing with that Adept. Do pull back, and there it is. It is going to be a safety Cyclone initially into those Widow Mines for that drop play. Again, very important to go for these drops just so we can get a read on what's going on. Of course, we have our Reapers initially to scout the tech, and we have confirmed the Twilight Council, but we now need to confirm how many gateways. How committed is this going to be for Hydra? How many gateways is the question. For the time being, we have 2 gateways here at the natural. We have a 3rd gateway here on top of the high ground. We go straight for the pylon. Stalkers, they come in. And so far, good movement there out of Spirit. Did retain that Reaper a little bit longer, but is forced back. Ooh, that pylon was very, very exposed. But last Hydra does hold on to it, and we can see it's going to be 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink here from our blue Protoss player. It is a good way to gain map control and to expand behind this. You can also potentially dive into the main, but it's not as aggressive. You don't have as many Stalkers as you would with 4-gate blink Stalker. But again, a good way to gain map control. Speaking of, Spirit is going for his Mine Drop. Interesting variation. So we have seen Widow Mines with Marines. Maru, Beyond, a lot of the Korean Terrans are very fond of like Marine Mine Drops. In TVP, this is going to be Widowmine Cyclone. Similar concept though, I imagine. Similar concept where ideally, as the Reaper does get eyes on things, ideally you want the Widowmines to zone away the army, and the Cyclone is actually the thing that kills units instead, that kills probes specifically. But now though, we're going to be keeping this drop in the dead space. 3rd base is on the way. We did speak about how Hydra, with this 3-gate opener, we can move out, and we should be pushing soon. As I say that, we actually went double observer. We didn't make a prism with this. So we're taking more defensive stance instead. Which I'm not too sure if I'm fully in love with here. Basically, going for this double, now triple observer opener, keeping these stalkers back at home, may as well have been a 2-gate opener. This feels like a little bit overly safe here, and we have a bunch of stalkers that we're not really making use of for the time being. I mean, we'll be able to use them to defend against the drop, of course, but we'll see if that comes to pass. Meanwhile, Hydra moving out with the stalkers. Is trying to get a read on what's going on and catch any kind of drop play from Spirit. Speaking of, drop is across the map. Going into charge, going into the bay. Medevac does boost in towards the main base at the same time. Auto Shock harass here towards the natural. And we're looking to pull apart the Protoss. How good is the mine shot? Up, up. Pretty good. 11 probes go down, and we're not done, by the way, because we have another Widowmine here in the natural base as well. Boys are being pulled away, and do we waste a shot? Up, up. We will use it here on one more worker. We save the Widowmine, 13 probes go down. And that is already an amazing amount of damage here. That should not have happened. For one Widowmine and one Cyclone. And an auto turret as well, I guess. We killed 13 workers, basically a mineral line. The economy of Hydra is hurting right now. Spirit, our Terran player, is ahead. Is ahead in the worker count, is ahead in the economy, something that should not be happening in this matchup. That is now reflected in the supplies. As Spirit is getting ready for his own push. Now, this push shouldn't be too committed. We have our third CC on the way behind this, but we may as well move out. We can apply a lot of pressure to this third base. Can we break the third? That's a different question. We'll see if we can. Spirit is pushing. Stim is done. +1 about to finish up as well. Oh, meanwhile, the mine drop comes back in. 6 more probes! No shot. 6 more workers go down. Again, Spirit doing a great job at distracting Hydra. Distracting me. As Spirit, he doesn't even have to push. That's the thing. He like threatens a rotation, but there are 2 Colossi, so we respect it. We back up. Meanwhile, Reaper into, auto turret in towards the main base, getting another couple of probes, 2 more, 8 in total. Now we have the third CC being landed on location, and what can Hydra do about that third? Again, he's still trying to probe back up. Exento Milan's finishing up as well. Now the observer does see everything, is what I will say. Is that the observer it sees a third base, sees saturation. He's aware that Spirit is ahead economically. What do we do from here? Do we try to be greedy and take a 4th, or do we just double down and go for an all-in? Because we've lost so many workers, we have to do an extreme here. Either extreme greed or extreme aggression. All-in or just like double expand. Something needs to be done. And I imagine we're waiting for the Warp Prism. Warp Prism is about to finish up, and we can soon move out across the map. Temple as the mine shot goes off. Temple Archives is on the way. That's going to be interesting, which means we can incorporate a couple of Archons, which can help. The problem here is that we already have some of these, as we're getting more damage done. We already have Ghosts. We already have Ghosts coming out. Auto Tower comes in. 3 more drones go down. This Widowmine is racing back home. It's done a lot of work so far. It's just, get some rest back. The Widowmine has gotten a lot done here, and Spirit, he is up 30 supply. He's going to be up 30 supply at this point. Widowmine does make it back home. Just to be sent out once again. Smoge. The life of a Widowmine. That Spirit is going to be pushing. His move-out has been spotted. Army rotates over. Storm is on the way. Halfway done. Can we buy enough time to get at those storms? Can we avoid the EMPs against these 4 ghosts? Can we survive? First EMP does graze the army, but the tanks are slowly pushing forward. Encroaching upon that 4th base. Hydra getting ready to collapse on this position as well. And we do force a cancel. We force a cancel in the fourth. Meanwhile, Spirit, he gets his own fourth base up and running, still taking a lead in the economy. He is on 200 supply. He's maxed out. Spirit, he is maxed out, up 50 supply. Good EMPs. Ooh, brutal EMPs here on the Colossus. But we have storms. They're in the prism. They're in the War Prism right now. We have a lot of storm potential. Fourth base being taken. Oh, here come the High Templar. Here come the storm. No! The storms are coming, but big EMP and the Vikings, they snipe the prism out of the sky. EMP connects with the final High Templar as well, and we will not see a single storm. Not this game. Oh my god, quick moves there out of Spirit. Sniped it out of the sky. And this third base is under fire. I mean, even then, even with the storms, it would not have been an easy hold, but there would have been a chance. There would have been a chance there. Alas, GG gets called, and Spirit will take Hydra down. Will take down another challenger. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Spirit does come out on top. My condolences to Hydra here again. He just had a really rough start. Like, it was just a really rough early to mid game where the mine drop, the cyclone drop, the Raven harass, it all just got too much damage done, and it set Hydra behind. He was in a really rough position from there. He had to make a hard decision, either go all in or macro. Chose to macro, which is the harder option. I mean, they're both hard options, and alas, was unable to keep up with Spirit in the end. Spirit, some clutch moves. Clutch moves from him, as he was able to snipe that prism and deny all those storms. Really cool stuff. Really good moves there from Spirit. But we are getting ready for our next matchup. It looks like we have our next challenger. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. We have our next challenger. Spirit, of course, is going to be staying on. And who can bring him down? We're staying here on the European server. It is going to be a European opponent. It is going to be the Zerg player, Wayne. Let's go. Wayne is going to be coming up next. Wayne does pose a threat. There's a bit of history between these two players. I remember casting a lot of OSC events over the past couple of years, and Wayne and Spirit would constantly go back and forth. They'd go back and forth in series. Wayne being one of the best Zerg players in Europe. I would put him slightly below Lambo and a Laser. So in the hierarchy, I'd say like Cyril, Raynor, then you have a Laser and Lambo interchangeable, and then bam, Wayne just under them. And yeah, like if someone were to bring Spirit down, I can definitely see Wayne doing it, especially in a best of one. Especially in a best of one. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Spirit has got 2 wins under his belt, but this is not going to be an easy one. Not for anyone, to be fair. This could go either way, and we're loading into our next map. Ooh, a bit of an older map. I look forward to it. A map from the last map pool. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to Ancient Cistern. Let's go. Let us go. A map from times gone by. And this does make a lot of sense when it comes to a more Zerg favorite map, as it was our challenger's pick. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Na'vi. It is Spirit. Our current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. Can he keep it up? Can he keep this going? Or will it all end here and now? As a reminder, best of one. Best of one here. Anything can happen. Where are you taking us? Now, Wayne as a player, he's very aggressive. I feel like he thrives in the early to even mid-game. He's a very aggressive player. He can play macro, don't get me wrong, but I feel like that's not really his wheelhouse. That's not really where he thrives the most. He'd just be a very active player, a very fast player as well. When I think back to some of his EVTs, I think of his Muta play, for example. I think of his Ling Bane. I think of his Roach timings. Similar to Dark, he is a bit of a Roach boy, willing to embrace these 1-1 Roach all-ins or even 2-2 timings. As Spirit is going for an interesting variation. It's 2 Rax Reaper, but the Raxes are in really weird places. Interesting. Okay, so 2 Rax Reaper here from Spirit, 1 Rax on top of the ramp, the other here on the low ground instead. And he's going to be moving out. Meanwhile, Wayne going for a Hash Gas pull. Standard opener. Standard opener out of Wayne. Spirit going to be a little bit more assertive here in the early game. Now, the rush distance by ground is a little bit longer here on Ancient Cistern, so it's going to take a little bit longer for the Reapers to get across the map. But they are going. They are moving out. Now, unfortunately, Wayne hasn't scattered. Ooh, the first Overlord does not check the wall, does not check the opening. So Wayne is unaware of the Mass Reaper, which is why Wayne, he did pull out of gas. His link speed is later than it otherwise would have been if he had realized what was happening a little bit sooner. As Reaper is going to be dancing with these Lings, we're going to be setting and reinforcing with more Reapers across the map. As second Reaper does reveal itself, and now we dive onto that third hatchery. And our goal here is to force a cancel. We speak about this all the time, but 2 Rax Reaper is designed to cancel this third to contain, to deny the space. Can we do it? Can we pull it off? Behind this Spirit going for a third CC before Starport, very economic opener. He's going for the Queens! Up the Queens! And he's gonna get one Queen goes down. He won't get the base, but getting a Queen is the next best thing. Ooh, as we slip up a little bit there, we get a Queen for a Reaper. But regardless, I would still say a good trade for Spirit. Back at home, getting into his 2-on-1 setup off of a third CC. His command center is well underway for Spirit. So again, a very economic follow-up here from our blue Terran player. Oh my god, that was so close. Oh, we busted! As Wayne goes for a big link counterattack, he busts into the natural base and he will be able to delay the Starport. Starport is delayed. We get on top of some of these SCVs. The Hellions do come out, but the production is in a really awkward place. Ooh, as we do surround those Reapers, Spirit late to react there. A delayed reaction from our Terran player, and what else can we get done as we get the hell out of there? Whew. But a really nice run by here from Wayne. Disrupting the economy, disrupting the production, resetting the Reaper counts. Good trade overall. Behind this, Wayne going to be droning up his third as hard as he can, and building up his Queen count as well to be safe. And of course, we go to full scout. We are fully aware of the 2-on-1 setup here from Spirit. Wayne is going to be getting ready back at home with additional Queen production and with additional Lings and soon to be Banelings as well. Speaking of tech, there it is. It is going to be a lair first. Lair into Baneling Nest into delayed 1-1 upgrades. So the upgrades for Wayne are delayed in favor of a safer build is what I will say. It is a little bit safer to go for the lair into Baneling Nest. That means fast baneling speed. It means fast baneling speed, late 1-1 out of Wayne. Bit of a give and take. Overlord does dive into the main though. Just trying to confirm what is happening. And that there is a third base. Again, Wayne maybe misreading the situation. Maybe he assumed that it was going to be like a setup for a 2-way soul in. Now we're getting to our Evo chambers. Now we're working towards those upgrades. Upgrades that have been delayed. Likewise, Hellions rotating around. Moving towards the fourth. And it's on Wayne to keep up with his Queen movement, to keep up with the Lings. behind this, we're waiting for our medevac production. Remember, medevacs were delayed because of the delayed starports. Ooh, even a delay here in marine production. Ay, ay, ay. So, a bit of a messy medevac timing here, but it's coming nonetheless. Liberator comes in, gets the drone. Gets one worker as we do go for the dive. We do go straight for the 4th hatchery. Hatchery taking a lot of damage so far, but with Wayne, he's able to react in time. The Banelings will not connect. And without those connections, Wayne's in some trouble. Uh-oh. He's in a lot of trouble right now as you do focus down so many of these drones. Spirit, he takes down the Lings, he takes down the workers. Banelings, they're rolling on in. They will not connect, even with Baneling speed. A good target firing there at a Spirit, and this is just becoming too much. These trades are too much here, as Spirit is finally forced to pick up, but he traded so damn well there against the Ling Bane. The trades were crazy, even here. Using the terrain to his advantage, creating a narrow choke point. Really good moves here out of Spirit. And Wayne, he's struggling quite a bit. Rushing into Hydras. Oh my god. Again, Hydras have been prioritized. Again, you can see there as well that this is why, if you're up against a more economic opener like this, typically it's unwise to rush into Baneling speed because it's not really useful to you. Like, Banelings just early on, they protect you against Hellbat pushes, but if it's not a Hellbat push, 1-1 is more important. And speaking of, we're getting into our upgrades. 1-1 is done. We're getting towards 1-2. And Wayne is looking to stabilize. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's not slowing down. Behind this, he's working on a 4cc, taking his gases, and working on a 2nd factory. So he's working on a later game as he moves out on the right-hand side. Going for another double drop. Wayne is still recovering. Infestation bit, ooh, feels a little bit late here. I'm sure because of all the chaos. Late pits into later hive. Wayne is still amassing Ling Main Hydra. I'm curious what direction he's going to go in. Basically, when the hive is close to finishing, we can kind of, or when we start working towards the hive, we can either throw down a fast lurker den. As I say, that hive is on the way. We can go into fast lurkers for Hydra Lurker Viper. We can skip lurkers and go into +1. Sorry, we can go into Adrenal, into Viper production. Or we could even try and go into Ultras. I'm assuming it's not going to be Ultras because of this range upgrade. The range upgrade tells us that, again, we shouldn't really be investing too heavily into Ultras here. We'll see. As the hive is halfway done, Spirit, he's calmed things down. He's backing off, he's throwing down sensor towers, tank lines, planetaries. He's turtling up quite nicely, and this is the Spirit that I know and love from 2021-ish era of StarCraft. Just gonna be turtling up, building himself up back up instead. There's that lurker den. Lunkers are on the way. So we are making use of the range upgrades beautifully here. We are going to be investing into those lurkers at some point. Till then, we're just going to be droning, just macroing on up. We are just going to be macroing on up here as we do push in. Tanks are in position. Ooh, big tank volleys. Big overextension from Wayne, loses a big chunk of his Lings. At the same time, push on the left-hand side. Spirit focusing on clearing up as much creep as he can. Oh, is he looking? He's not looking! Ooh, as he does get caught out. Marines go down to medevac as well. Big pick off there from Wayne. Catches Spirit being a little bit inattentive. Was distracted on the right-hand side. Behind this, though, we're getting into some ghosts, making 4 ghosts at a time, tank production, Vikings as well. Spirit, he's just turtling. Just turtling on up. Wayne, you can see he's trying to break or trying to fight a way in through the defenses. What I'm a little bit concerned by, like what he's doing right now is fine. Like we're taking up towards lurkers and we have lurker upgrades on the way. But I do think that Wayne needs to do the most he can to take control of the map. Spread as much creep as possible, expand as much as possible as well. Because Spirit, he's got 3 CCs on the way. Like he is turtling so hard here. And we have to take advantage of it, but here we go, we're pushing in. Get a yoink here on a ghost. We get another ghost and a third. 3 ghosts, and we get a kill on the CC. Decent pickups out of Wayne, but it's triggering a counterattack. A lot of Hydras go down. Does trigger that counterattack. That's the scary thing about this playstyle as well, is that Wayne, his attention is going to be on killing bases, right? He's going to be killing and denying the 4th over and over again. Whatever he does, he's going to be bleeding out units. He'll be losing Lings and Banelings. And he's going to be that much more vulnerable to a counterattack right after a push. As Spirit is retaking that center base. We'll see if we can hold on to it. It is on the way. You know, Wayne just massing up the death wall of an army here on the left hand side, going for his own dive. Gets a ghost. Does get 1 ghost. Tries to collapse in this army as well. Not a lot of Banelings. Yeah, the Lings, they just get annihilated. That was not a fight to take, by the way. Wayne, he plummets in supply. That was like 50 supply worth of Lings. Oh, we've lost 200. 200 Lings this game. My god. Against how many Marines? 29. Oh god, I don't want to think about that. That's again, very efficient trades here from Spirit. He has taken the center base. Tanks, liberators, turrets about to be set up. His position is becoming more and more fortified, and that is that much more scary for the Zerg. As he does push in, where are the Marines, by the way? The Marines, they're nowhere to be found, and now it's going to be Spirit's turn to be caught out of position. As a planetary goes down, we break through. Again, there were a lot of tanks and liberators sieged up, but alas, we needed something else under them. With them. So we do pick up another one of those lurkers. We can see Spirit attempting to expand. Go for some drop play. We'll get a kill in this base. Nicely done. Again, Wayne is a little bit spread thin. Drop play can pull him apart. It's possible. As we are amassing more lurkers. Like, at this point, I would want Wayne to start working towards Broodlords. Like, we've already lost 1 army. We've lost 2 armies, actually. At this point, recognizing how turtly Spirit is, like, we should be taking up even further. As we do catch some of these tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be going down. The lurkers, they do burrow here within range of the planetary. The planetary is going to fall. There's no saving it. Spirit just too late to the party. Another tank goes down. And pushing up a ramp into lurkers. Oh my god. The spine shots are brutal. Ghosts are going to be going down. At the same time, the Hydra army does push in. Needs up a couple more tanks. And we get 15 SCVs as well. Getting another ghost. Yeah, this is a brutal position. From the high ground, we just lay siege upon that mineral line. 23 SCVs go down. Now, Spirit had a bank, but he invested so much into that base, and he just loses it. Big Snipe's going to be going up. Oh, big Lynx around comes in from behind. Randy shuts down this army. If he had some Banelings, we could keep pushing, or even more lurkers. We're getting there. We are getting there here. As Spirit, he is just stuck at home, stuck defending and struggling to defend. That's what's important. He's taking the defensive stance, but he's still being pulled apart. As they come in for a run by, they take down the Sense Tower. Cheeky move there, burrowing that Ling underneath that CC. Cheeky moves that away and comes in from the right hand side. And again, Spirit out of position, being pulled towards the left, being pulled towards the right. Spirit never where he needs to be. Another base falls. I mean, Spirit is trying to re-expand here towards the south, but we find another tank. Another tank goes down. I still stand by Wayne not taking up towards Broodlords, at least having the tech available, doesn't have to make any. But so far, this Lingbane Hydra, it's still working out phenomenally for him. Even without the melee upgrades, Bane's able to roll in. Oof. We connect with the ghosts. Not the best connections though. Again, we were dragged within range of so many tanks. Here we're in position. We're ready for it. 6 tanks. Holding onto that planetary. Meanwhile, the Lings, they do push in. Big snipes going off here on the Hydras. Not the best fight for Wayne. Yeah, he will lose everything here. Good trade for Spirit this time. Wayne overextending, being a little bit overeager. Let's get eyes on that southern base. But you can see how differently fights can go if Spirit is actually where he needs to be. If he's able to keep up the rotation, if he's already pre-sieged, then he can take a fight. That's a big if. Oh, especially with the Lings coming from behind? Oh my god. Bit of an overextension here. No detection. The Lings, they go down. Wayne, he is burning through his bank here. He has to be very careful with how much he throws away. And again, still no Broodlord transition. We're still on Lingbane Hydra. As he comes in with the buyer's not here. Another 3 tanks go down. And can we get the base? No, not this time. The base will survive. Things turning back around. Clean up some more of those Marines and Ghosts. These tanks are rallying together. Oh my god, that is 17 lurkers. Jesus. Drop on the right hand side, takes down an entire mineral line. 9 drones go down. But again, that's a lot of lunkers, Bobby. That's a lot of lunkers. Okay, we are looking to maybe collapse on a position here. Ooh, we're going in already though. Lurkers, a lot of them do go down already. To some of those snipes, to the tank shots as well. The army was revealed. Vipers would be beautiful. We're still missing Vipers with this army. Blinding Clouds make it so much easier to actually dive in and commit. And Spirit, he's holding. He's been on the back foot, but he's holding on. At least a little bit longer here. As he pushes towards that center base. Planetary barely holding on. Lings are trickling in, and it looks like we will kill the Planetary. Big spine shots go off here on the Ghost as well. Spine shot's going to be going up when he does rotate around. Oh my god. So many lurkers here. Decent trade there out of Wayne. I believe he has been bleeding out a lot of lurkers though. Yeah, 3 lurkers remaining. A lot of snipes have been going up. Oh, once again, Wayne coming in a little bit too soon. Wayne, he's backing off, remaxing here on Ultras again. No, the Overseers. Big pickoffs here. 6 Overseers go down. As Wayne does rotate. As a reminder, he's still refusing to work up towards either Ultras or Broods. But he does come across the Planetary and he will bring it down. Doesn't kill a lot of workers, but does get the base itself. At the same time, drop going ham. This time drones are going down for Wayne. Oh, that's going to be 16 drones, the entire mineral line. And this could be a future Spirit base, by the way. Could take bottom right, if left undefended. Wayne looking for a way in. This orbital looking very exposed. We're going for the center base instead. Oh, big snipes. Oh my god. Insane snipes here with those ghosts. The base goes down, but Wayne bleeds out a lot of units. At the same time, drop here across the map. We're killing even more droids as well. Wayne falling apart a little bit here. The drop play is popping off. Getting good efficiency there from Spirit. But I do worry, like, that was a really good fight for Spirit earlier. As he catches the SCVs. Here we go. Finally, workers are going down. Ooh, a lot of workers, actually. Yeah, what is it going to be? 28, 29, 31 SCVs going down. We get a kill on the CC at the same time. Spirit coming in once again with another snipe. This time, though, we do have Ling Hydra to defend. Well, at the same time, we just collapse on this army. Rough trades from both players. I still want to give Wayne the edge. Like, again, he might be trading poorly, but he's got so many bases. He's got a lot of money to work with. He can still sustain himself, still. As we collapse on this position, we have Lings coming from the right hand side as well. We're catching them with the tanks. Good stutter stepping here. Where are the Banelings? Without Banelings, these Lings, they do nothing. Oh, really bad fight there for Wayne. Lings on their own do not trade well against Bio, as we see. Especially with reduced surface area. And we might lose another base. Yeah, another base is going to be going down. Wayne. Oh boy. He hasn't had a bad game here, but again, there's no next step. Hasn't had a bad game, but again, cannot really find a way in. He's had some good moments, that's true, but more recently, Spirit has been trading well with the Lings, with the Hydras. Wayne on 73 workers. Spirit on 34 SCVs, by the way. Jesus. Here we go. Wayne pushing towards the south. Getting on top of this base. Spirit out of position. Now is the moment. Now is the time to shine. We break through the center base. Push towards the triangular third. Another CC going to be going down. Pseudo base trade. We're going for a base trade, essentially. But I want to favor Wayne here. Yeah, turrets are going to be falling. There's that one tank behind this, but Wayne, he shuts it down. He may be losing bases, he may be losing drones, but does it really matter? If Wayne has a larger army, takes down the starport, takes down a Rex. Spirity's coming back home. Oh, ooh, he is turning back around. Big snipes. Oh my god. Massive snipes here on these lurkers, which means these Hydras are all going to be going down. We have a 360 surround. Lings from behind. Who surrounds who? Oh, no detection. No detection from Wayne. Forced to pull back. Spirit double expanding. Still has top. He still has center left. Still. How? Still up and running. Oh, meanwhile, Wayne did lose a lot of bases. He did lose 3 hatcheries. 3 hatcheries went down. A lot of drones went down. Wayne is kind of stuck licking his wounds. He lost 4 bases. Is this game? Wayne, he lost 4 bases. He needs to get these fresh bases up and running. If he doesn't, then Spirit, he may have this. Spirit, he may have this anyway. He's got a couple of patches left. What's important is that Spirit, he can always lift. He can always lift and just take another base. Take another expansion. Whatever you need. Wayne, he's slowing things down. He's taking another base, droning up, and which means he's giving the opportunity here to Spirit to also start working on the next step as well. Speaking of floating CC, it's floating over. But we're expanding towards our opponent. Crazy. Bold move. Very bold move there by Spirit. Pure Ling Hydra Lurker. No banelings, no Vipers, more importantly. Limited detection. The Overseer gets sniped, there's no detection available. Living life on the edge with 2 Overseers. Oh boy. But Wayne, he's recovering a little bit faster. You can see he has a base up and running. He gets a fresh base. He's expanding towards top left. He's maxing out. He's getting there. Wayne, he still has that supply lead. Takes out whatever was left behind. We could even threaten the main, to be honest. The main base looking very vulnerable, if we so choose. When it comes to the main army fight, Spirit can still take one, is the thing. Especially if Wayne pushes into him. If he pushes into this setup, then Spirit can take a fight. But Spirit can never push onto creep. That's the reality. He cannot push onto creep. If he does, he gets surrounded. Then we lose. Here we go. Stray Queen! No! Queen's gonna be going down. Lurkers are getting sniped. I do like this from Wayne. Let's go! We are going for the kill. We're going for the main base. The wall, not a wall. We're supply blocked! And the Great Migration has arrived. Unfortunately, we're floating through the Hydras. No! The Hydras, they just have to chill. They just have to stay put, and they will focus down as many of these buildings as we can. Rax is under fire. CC as well. At the same time, Spirit going all in. All in across the map. Dude, Jesus. Focus on so many of these buildings. And Spirit turns around. Does turn back around. So he's not committing to the base trade. Did kill a base. Did kill 2 bases. 2 of the most important mining bases here of Wayne. But Wayne, he's expanding. He's taking some of Spirit's bases. Yeah, Wayne is in full control at this point. It was chaotic. It was very chaotic, very intense, very back and forth as well. But for the most part, Wayne, he is in the driver's seat. And here we go. We're collapsing on this position from behind. From the high ground as well. From every single angle. We have Lings, we have Banelings, and we've had a long reign here. We've had a reign of a Terran. We've had a reign here of Spirit. He has been our king for quite some time, but the king is dead. And long live the new king of the hill. It is going to be Wayne. GG. Yeah. Yeah. Who needs banelings? Who needs vipers? Who needs hive tech spire specifically? Greater spire? Ultra? No. Just Ling, Bane. Sorry, just Ling, Hydra, Lurker. We saw some brutal trades. We saw some really rough moments where Wayne was overextending, where he did bleed out a lot of units. But thankfully for Wayne, he did have a good enough economy. His economy was strong enough to be able to sustain himself, to be able to keep up with those inefficient trades. And more importantly, even though there were moments where he was losing a lot of lurkers and hydras and lings, he was still shutting down bases. He was still crippling the economy of Spirit. He was still all over him and did enough. He did enough. GG, well played. Wayne takes down Spirit, and he is our new king of the hill. GG. And I'm gonna need a moment. Because we have our next opponent already here. Oh my god. We have our next opponent. Up next, gonna be going on a short break. Up next, we have Wayne versus Forjumi in a ZVP. See you soon. Ha. Ducklings. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC, because we have returned with our next matchup here. We have a new king of the hill, but how long will they reign? Because we already have our next challenger, and quite a challenger ahead here, because spawning in the top right-hand corner of 2,000 atmospheres, we have the German Protoss player. We have the green Protoss representing himself. Currently teamless, it is ForJumi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, our new king of the hill. May his reign be a long one. Or short, we'll see. Representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Wayne. Tea is ready, Master Wayne. Exactly. Fun fact, I actually watched an episode of Batman the Animated Series earlier today. It's on Netflix here in Australia, and while I was working, while I was editing VODs and making thumbnails, I was like, I need something in the background. I'm like, oh, Batman the Animated, let's go. Had it on in the background. Never watched the whole thing before. We're getting there. Beautiful. As we are getting into our openers here, it's going to be a Hatch Gas Pool opener at a Wayne. Likewise, we have a Gate Expand from ForJumi, standard openers overall. But what is important is that we're on an older map. You may be wondering, well, hey, where are we? What's going on? 2,000, what? Atmospheres? What's happening? We have an extended map pool. We have an extended map pool here in OSC King of the Hill. For this tournament, we have the ladder maps. True, we have the ladder maps, but we also have some older maps as well. Maps like 2,000 Atmospheres, Ancient Cistern, which is the last map that we played on, and Gressvan as well. Some very large maps are available for our players for them to indulge in, and it's great to see some of these older maps featured. It makes sense that they would want them. Like, we've had a lot of Zerg players pick Ancient Cistern. We even have ForJumi and Quanta picking 2,000 Atmospheres. A lot of these older maps were a lot larger, a lot more open as well in certain areas, and in a lot of ways just very different compared to what we have in the current map pool. Quite fond of them. Quite fond of these older maps. I miss them, Bobby. I miss them. Oh. Get rid of Radisson Station. just get Radisson Station out of. Bring back 2,000 Atmospheres, Papi. Smooch. As we are going for an aggressive opener, we are going for a Twilight Council instead. Okay, it's gonna be a Twilight Council opener out of ForJumi. We have not quite pulled out of gas. DTs. Are we going for a dark shrine or not? Show us what you got here, Probe. There it is. Dark Shrine. It is going to be a DT opener out of ForJumi. We'll see if Wayne can keep up. Catching him in the chat. Fun fact, that show was all drawn on black paper. Black paper? Wait, what? Did they draw in white? Did they... like in white pencil? Aye. As, oh, we're going to be going into 4 gateways. Going to be moving out. But yeah, I don't know. When I was young, I watched Batman the Animated Series, but I never watched the entire thing. Never watched it all, unfortunately. I know it's sacrilege, but I've never watched all of the X-Men animated series. I've watched all of Spider-Man. I watched all of Spider-Man when I was a kid, but I never watched all of X-Men. So yeah, I'll catch up one day. Catch up one day. As here we go, we're getting into this. When it comes to the vision of Wayne, he hasn't seen much, but he does get eyes on the prism. We have a safety Roach Warren on the way. Spores are already thrown down as well. We have a Spore in the natural. We have a Spore on the way at the third base. So we have detection available. We should have detection available here. DTs are on the way. And we'll see what they can get done here, as the Spores are still a couple of seconds off here. Queens are in position. DTs are waddling in. Up. Yeah, waddling in towards that mineral line, and we do finish up just now. We go straight for the Spore! The Spore! The whole position micro, and we do barely keep the Spore alive. It does survive. Oh my god, a lot of damage dealt to that prism as well, and Wayne holds. Whew. He does barely hold on. I appreciate that we have a second spore rotating over just in case. Queens are lying in wait for that prism as we do find the Archons. Oh, but they will finish. Archons will finish across the map. The Lings, they come in to harass and deny any kind of third base that's about to be taken. We missed the probe. Oh, but we do bounce back. We do come across it. We have our follow-up. It's going to be Charge, Immortals. We have a Forge on the way for +1. Oh. Forge is on the way. And we'll see if we commit here as well. We refuse to let that Overlord die. We lose a Queen, though. Oh, and a bit of miscontrol out of Forjumi. We lose an Archon as well. That was a rough loss. That should not have happened here for our Protoss player. Bit of a slip-up, bit of miscontrol. Archon goes down. And we're going for a 2-base all-in. We've been contained for too long. We had 4 gates, now we're going up to 8 gates. It's going to be a 2-base, 8-gate charge all-in with a couple of Immortals, with a couple of Sentries as well. This is going to hit like a truck. And we'll see if Wayne can survive. But now the Archon harasses being quite a nuisance here on the left-hand side. Looking to delay this base with this DT. It looks like we will be able to, by the way. Up! Cancel! Oh, we do cancel in time. Just barely. Base is cancelled for Jimmy, rotating around, looking for more damage. We do see at the same time the Lings are trying to get a read on whether or not there is a third. And when and where it will be placed down. Now, Wayne has to be careful not to overdrone. Wayne, he's droning up a little bit, which is okay. We can get up to like 3 base saturation at most, at max, like 60 workers. But we need to hyperfixate here on not just Lings and Roaches, but Ravagers as well, because we need to deal with these force fields. Force fields are going to be on the way, and Ravagers are what we need to stop them. There we go. We have 3 Ravagers in production. We do scout them all in. Oh, the Lings, they do confirm. They slow it down for a moment. They do drag the army back. The Immortal. Oh my god. As we pick off an adapt, we slip in. Not quite. Yeah, we do slip into the main base. Trying to force in the defensive warp in. For Jimmy, focusing across the map though. Again, he is all in. The Ravager. Oh, this is a big pickup. 1 Ravager goes down. Ooh. 1 Ravager does fall. A bit of a miscontrol there. A bit of a misrally from Wayne. Lings across the map to get cleaned up. And again, Wayne, all he has to do is defend. All he has to do is survive. But that's easier said than done. I'm concerned that there aren't enough Ravagers as well. Force fields are thrown down. We're trying to barely break through. The force fields once again just cutting up some of this army. Another Ravager falls. You have 1 left. Roaches are breaking through though. That's a lot of Roaches. A lot of Roaches, a lot of Lings. We're collapsing on this position. Not enough reinforcements. Not enough Zealots. For Jimmy had another weapon available, but it looks like we shut this down. 2 Immortals fall. We're down to 1 left. 1 Immortal, 2 Archons, and a Dream. Remember, Jimmy was completely all in with that and was just barely not able to break through. Wayne cutting workers at 52. Overseer Scout confirming nothing else is going on. And now we're going for the kill. We're going all the way. Oh, we're busting in. Oh, no detection. Oh, there we go. We have a detection. Overseer has arrived. DT is going to be going down across the map. We're also still all in. Zealots, they're busting into a mineral line and drones are falling. We're trying to cause a lot of chaos here. We're going for a full-on base trade. All or nothing for Forjumi. But Wayne, he has a massive army to work with. He cleans up all the probes, has detection available. Yeah, and even these drones, they're killing Zealots. They're killing Zealots across the map. Roach reinforcers, we focus on the Prism. The Prism's so low. It's oh so low here. The Prism is going to fall to the Spore. And we are barely holding on. Meanwhile, across the map, Wayne, he's turning back around. He's coming back home. You realize he doesn't want to die. Not like this. And yeah, we're down to a handful of units remaining here. It was a good effort by Forjumi. Very good effort. But alas, he's on a timer here. And Wayne, he's coming home. Do we have detection? I believe we have an overseer. We have 2 of them. None with the main army. Force field is turned down. But we are breaking in. Again, 3 units left, 2 units left, 1 unit left, no detection. The DT survives. And across the map, there's that one Archon. Sorry, that one Immortal. But yeah, that's all we had left. GG gets called. Wayne will hold on to his crown, will hold on to his throne, and he is still our King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. And a big shout out to Mr. Max. To Mad Max. Thank you so much for a donation. Thank you so much for $7.50. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate it. And again, any support that we get here on the channel goes towards our tournaments that we will be bringing back in February after IEM. After IEM Katowice, our tournaments will be making a return. So thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate it. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Wayne as he does take down his opponent. Ooh, and we'll see who can rise to the challenge. Wayne, he's brought down a Terran, he's brought down a Protoss. Who's next? Who is next here? Again, we've had some longer games as well, and we still have plenty more to come. Hold on. Just checking. How many games have we had? How far in are we? Oh my god, we're still not even. We're a third of the way through here. We're getting ready for our 5th match. And yeah, we'll see who can come out next here. I mean, Spirit was a pretty big name. He was a pretty big heavy hitter. We still have a lot of Protosses available. As you can imagine, if you're familiar with this tournament series, we have players like the Polish Protoss players, Geralt, Christiana, Ziomek, Rodzin, Art, a lot of the Polish Protosses. We have Night Phoenix, who's also potentially available as well. Iba. I haven't seen Iba in a while, but could make an appearance. Who is going to come out? Nickeract does drop by from time to time. Sometimes some of the other European Terrans, like Baby Marine, for example. Acheron. Kaz. Who will it be? Who will it be? Oh, it's catching up. What's up? Oh, hello, Freak Show. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. As we have a little bit of time to ourselves here, as we are setting up for our next game. Oh, do we have an opponent? We do. Oh my god, I missed it. Who do we have? We have our next challenger. We just brought him up. Of course it is. Of course it is. A Polish Protoss player here. Our pink Polish Protoss player. It is going to be Geralt. Here we go. Geralt is going to be coming out swinging here, looking to avenge his fallen Protoss comrade. Looking to avenge for Jumi. Can he do so? Can he bring it back here as we're getting into another ZVP on a very different map? On one of the newer maps in the map pool, Golden Aura. Let's go. Can we get our revenge here? For the Kala, papi, for the Kala. Can we do it? As spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle, leading or currently with 2 wins under his belt. Can he get another? It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. The first of many Polish Protoss players. I'm here for it. I am here for it here. As we do have Geralt coming in for a probe scout. Of course, we recently did cast Geralt. We did recently cast Geralt over the weekend in the House Galactic Battle. If you were here for it, you would have seen Geralt actually competing live at a LAN event in Poland, in Warsaw. Was able to play in front of a crowd and did quite well for himself. Did quite well for himself overall. Did make it far in the event. And we'll see if he's recovered from that. Look, I'm just saying the event was held at a gaming bar. And I know that sometimes our players like to get rowdy, so hopefully we have since recovered, and I'm ready to see what Geralt has learned from that experience and what he can bring to the table against Wayne. Geralt, he has been, again, like a really, he's just improved so much over the course of 2023, especially if you've been watching WTL. If you've been watching World Team League, you would have seen Geralt really pop off. I know that he's had his moments, don't get me wrong, right, like beating Cyril, for example. In the regionals of ESL Masters, like Geralt, he's had its like strong moments. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's really been cool to see him grow so much and be more consistent. That's the big thing. Like Geralt, he's gotten more and more consistent over time. I would say that he is more consistent than Cristiano. I know that Cristiano had a better performance in the Galactic Battle, but Geralt, it feels like he can maintain that a little bit longer. Than say someone like Cristiano. I would say typically, where Cristiano can have some spikes, Geralt, he's improved steadily here, and yeah, we'll see if that's going to be coming to fruition in OSC King of the Hill. And likewise, I do keep my eye on both Geralt, Cristiano. There's a lot of like these up-and-coming players in Europe that have been steadily improving, and yeah, I want to see how far they can go, especially in 2024, and of course, even further beyond. So we'll see. I still think I want to favor Wayne in this matchup, but Geralt can definitely bring him down. Can do so. But it's the best of one. That's the scary thing. Best of one. One mas. One game. That's all you have, bud. That's all you have. As two adepts are going to be able to shade it into the main. We'll be able to threaten the mineral line. Two adepts do one-shot workers, so they do have to be respected. Wayne did go for a hatchcast full standard opener out of our Zerg player. Good positioning here with the adepts. They're going to try to shade away. And it looks like we will recall back Kern. We do take some extra hits, but they will make it back just in time to defend the would-be third. Third is on the way. It is a Stargate opener into Oracle into a third base. Everything is looking standard from Geralt as well. Nothing too fancy. Now, those adepts are quite low, which means the third base is a little bit vulnerable for Geralt as he gets two drones. Lings they get across the map. And again, they're looking to finish off these adepts. Good surround here. Good movement. Oh my god. Very nice movement out of Geralt. Does pull back. The probe gets involved and we do defend. A lesser player would have lost their adepts then and there. But again, really good reaction out of Geralt. Meanwhile, across the map, Oracles are still posing threats to the mineral line. We are amassing more Oracles. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I made an assumption here that it would be a triple Oracle opener into a third. We made two Oracles. We do have a third base, but we didn't make it. We didn't make a third Oracle. We made a Phoenix instead. Double Oracle into Phoenix. Now, this Phoenix is going to be hunting down Overlords. Overlords are going to be chased down. We're going to be keeping Wayne in the dark as to what comes next. As we can see, though, what comes next is standard play. It's going to be a Forge and Twilight Council +1, and I imagine Blink, unless we embrace Charge. We'll see. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do rock up, shutting down some of this creep. We do have 4 Adepts in total. Do threaten a shade towards that natural. We commit! Ooh, we commit to the shade. Lings are lying in wait, though. Good positioning. Queens, they stutter step forward. And 1 Adept, 2 Adepts go down. 2 Adepts do remain. As we shade into the main base, and we're going to get shut down here. Good cleanup here by Wayne. Doesn't lose much of anything. Only losing Lings. No economic damage. Ooh, meanwhile, this I was not expecting. There's a lot going on. So 1, the Adepts just went down, which means this third base is vulnerable. There's nothing here. There's 1 shield battery. That's all we have. So Wayne is making a massive flood of Lings. His goal is to shut down this third, to punish how aggressive those Adepts were. At the same time, +1. Alongside charge, alongside 2 robos. Double robo production already on the way. We're going for a Bane bust. Oh my god, it wasn't just Lings. It's not just Lings, it's also Banelings here. Wayne, he is committed. The Banelings are waddling in. The Lings are going to surround on the pylon. And Wayne is pushing towards that mineral line, but there are Stalkers in position. Ooh, we do bust through. We break through the Stalkers. We get into the mineral line. Clutch recall there from Geralt. He saves his workers. That was crazy. No! He does save the workers. The Oracles, they go ham. The Lings, they do not find a way in. And Geralt barely loses anything. He loses 2 Stalkers and a pylon. For now. For now, 2 Stalkers and a pylon, because we're not done. We go back in. We need to get more damage done. Geralt is supply blocked, by the way. And we may get a kill on the Nexus itself. The Nexus, yeah, it gets surrounded. We have more Lings flooding across the map. We're going to lose everything here at the 3rd base. And the 3rd base will go down at the same time. We have the Phoenix across the map doing damage, but it does get shut down as well. Oh, and Geralt, he's still supply blocked. No, he can't make anything. Nothing. He's got 1 immortal. 1 immortal on the ground. There we go. Finally, the supply block is broken. Pylons are finishing. Geralt, he's barely holding on. But again, like, there was a lot of brilliance there, but a lot of, like, a really rough position nonetheless. Like, Geralt, it was really cool to see him save his workers. Like, he was able to recall in time. He saved all of his probes. That's true. But the supply block meant that he couldn't warp in. He couldn't reinforce. He had nothing here to defend. And those Lings, they got out of hand. They snowballed out of control. Killed the base. We have potential for Colossus or Disruptors. That's true, but it's a ways off. A ways off. And I love this here from Wayne. He knows he's ahead. What do you do with the lead? Spire play. Mortas, papi, mortas. Mutalisk should be on the way for Wayne. Getting a 4th base. Prioritizing gas income. And Geralt, even if he saw what was coming, even if he saw the Spire, he can't really get ready for it. He just doesn't have much to work with right now. He's busy protecting his 3rd. Oracles, they do dip in. Meanwhile, the Lings, they come in for a surround. We get 1, we get 2 Archons. As the Oracles, they weren't quite able to see much here. We did make 1 Phoenix just to help defend. Just to help shut down some of this vision. But we get into the mineral line. 4 probes go down. And here come the Mutas. Here come the Mutalisks. They have been revealed. We have a 2nd Phoenix on the way. 2nd Stargate as well. But this is a late reaction from Geralt. These Mutas, they can get a lot of work done. They could even just try to depower that Stargate. Yeah, they're going for it. We go for the Stalkers instead. Ooh, we focus down the Phoenix. At the same time, we still have a ground army. The Immortal. No! A bit of a misrouted Immortal is going to go down as well. Oof. Brutal pick off. Lings, they try to slip in. They get punished for it. As the army is dragged over to one side, the Mutas, they come in from another. And how many Mutas do we have? We are up to 22, soon to be 29 Mutas. That's a lot of Mutas, papi. That's a lot of Mutas. Take down 1 gas geyser, going for another. Phoenixes are trying to engage. They're trying to push in. Oof. We do take 1 Archon shot to the face. Oh my god, the Archon doing a lot of damage, but we bring it down. And we can just keep on pushing. We have the overcharge as well. Oh my god, and the cannon barely does hold on. We had it 29 Mutas, now we're down to 22. A lot of Mutas did bleed out. But Wayne, he's still running away with this. Still has 42 Lings in production. Oh my god. As he just picks away at the army. Behind this Lings, they get a surround, they force a cancel. They contain Geralt here to 3 bases. And there's just no expanding from here. It's not happening. At least they get in. They bust into the main base, into the natural. No shield battery, no overcharge, no static defense. Yeah, boys are being pulled. We're trying to build up that Phoenix count, but again, there are just too many mutas. We can just abuse these Phoenixes regardless, even with the high Phoenix count. Ooh. So focus down another one of those oracles. And even though we're cleaning up all the lings on the ground, we are also focusing down every single one of these stalkers. And soon the Phoenixes as well. Yeah, the mutas, they just reign supreme. There's one Phoenix left. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Wayne will take down Geralt. 1-0. GG. He takes down another big Protoss player here. And again, Geralt just unfortunately had no idea of the muta switch. Wasn't ready for it. But even before the mutas, remember the Ling run bys, the Ling aggression got so much done. It was so unfortunate that Geralt was supply blocked when he was. It was a brutal supply block. He could not reinforce. He could not warp in. He could not save his third. Not the first time. And as a result, Wayne did get out of control. Does take the game. Does hold on to his crown. GG. GG, well played. And the question becomes, who's next? The question does become, who comes up next here? Oh, we do have a couple of players in mind. My eyes are definitely on them. I do see a couple of players here, but who is it going to be? It's looking like another Protoss. Yeah, that's good. It's looking like another Protoss player, and we have eyes on him. You know what? If straight up macro play doesn't work, we gotta do something different. We need to bring something new to the table. I'm ready for it. I wonder if you can guess who it is based on what I just said. I mean, there's a phrase that I can say that will just give away who it is. 100%. Oh, God. But I'm ready. I'm excited. As we have our next opponent, it's going to be a ZVP. It's going to be a ZVP. A player known for one thing, and one thing only. If you're in the chat, you should know who it is. It is going to be the Ukrainian Protoss player, Gref. Here we go. Gref, the cannon rusher himself. One thing and one thing only, cannon rushing non-stop. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Can we pull this off? Can we make this work? As a reminder, Gref, he did take a map off of Skillus during the Christmas Cup via cannon rushing. He's taking down some big names. He's taken maps off of some big players. I want to say, Gref, did he beat Hero? I want to say maybe he beat Hero like a couple of months ago. Like, he's brought down some big names with cannon rushes. He's an animal. Aye, aye, aye. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have our red Zerg player. Oh, hold on, as I do have to adjust the names. One momento. So have our red Zerg player here representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And oh, Nightbot is asleep. There we go, I got you. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Team Hassel. It is Gref. Here we go. Also, my apologies, I'll try to fix the command in the chat for Nightbots. I'll get on that for the Wikipedia page. We'll get on that so you can have a look to see at which players have already competed and who is potentially left in this tournament. Again, this is the OSC King of the Hill, a King of the Hill style tournament, nothing but best of ones. And here we go. We go for a gas seal on the main base. The Forge has been thrown down. The cannon rush is upon us. And we are going for actually a proxy gateway into cannons. Let's go. Not your traditional cannon rush, which would be in the mineral line. So not your traditional cannon rush, instead it's going to be a setup for a proxy here outside the bases. Again, stealing this gas is huge. Because this gas has been stolen, that makes it that much more difficult to get into roach play. To get into faster gases, faster roaches, into lair even. So this is a pretty big deal, and this will be impacting how Wayne approaches this. He does make a couple of lings, and he's focusing down that gas geyser. He knows that he needs gas more than anything here to try to fight back and break this contain. Meanwhile, Gateway is done. From here, we should be getting into a Cyber Core as well. There it is, Cyber Core back at home to fully wall off. Oh, we get the thumbs up from Graf. Thumbs up. Going for a second Gateway. Now, with the completion of this Cyber Core, we can go for either a Proxy Stargate for Void Rage or Proxy Robo for Immortals. We can go one or the other. We'll see which direction we go in. As for now, we're just setting up the contain. We're not really threatening the bases yet. We're not really threatening the mineral lines. But we are containing our opponent to 2 bases. And we will soon be in the face of Wayne with a Gateway army. Meanwhile, Wayne takes his second gas geyser. Roach Warren is on the way. Queen comes down to inject. We can spread creep between the bases. And we can even, chip away at this would-be cannon. Or would-be pylon even. Pylon taking a lot of damage. Stalker has arrived. Oh, Pylon does survive, actually. Behind this, we can throw down more shield batteries. 2 shield batteries finishing up. Stalker production has continued. And for now, we're going Mass Stalker. But I'm still waiting for the Robo. Still anticipating that Robo to come out. I love the meticulous control there from Graf. Does pull away. When he will shut down that Overlord. Big pick off supply blocking Wayne. Wayne, he is going to be supply blocked. Stalker's chipping away at that natural. Ravagers have arrived. They can bottle down that pylon. The cannon will focus down that pylon. It should fall. Behind this, more Stalkers. By the way, we never really invested into a higher form of tech. I assumed it would be Robo or Stargate, but no, it's just Mass Stalker. Just mass vanilla Stalker here for Graf. I'm not too fond of it, but we'll see how it works. The surround! Lings, they come in for a surround. They lock down one of those Stalkers. Good. 2 Stalkers even. Good pickoffs. Good pickoffs here from Wayne. Catches 2 Stalkers. There's only 2 left. Clutch chance fuse as well. Adam Wayne keeping that Ravager alive. We're amassing more Lings. Ling speed is done. More Roaches are on the way as well. On the Biles. Oh. Almost do take down that cannon. And again, like, I don't know, I'm just not entirely convinced here by massing Stalkers in such a manner. Still just making 2 at a time. I mean, the hatchery is getting low, to be fair. Like, the hatchery is getting very low. With a couple of extra hits, he can get a kill there. Oh! Goes for this round. Once again, he looks down the army. The Biles! They will connect. Ooh, they take down a Stalker. They take down a Stalker. There's 2 Stalkers remaining. Ooh, as a Ravager is sniped. Gonna have to replace that. A couple of extra Roaches are on the way. Do focus on another one of those cannons. Yeah, Wayne once again going to be engaging, just making sure that the Stalker count doesn't get out of control. The Biles! They take down 3 Stalkers. Juicy connections. Very juicy connections. The SimCity working against Graf. He couldn't escape. He could not back off. He's fully walled in. He was up against the wall. Does kill the hatchery. That is true. But we are losing more cannons. We're losing more ground. Yeah. More shield batteries on the way. But the reality is that we just don't really have much of an army. We have Warpgate at least, but... Oh. As more cannons get piled down. Hatchery is being rebuilt. Wayne once again pushing this all the way back. Oh, we can escape this time. I do like this. We actually left a doorway. So this time the Stalkers can actually manage to escape, as opposed to previously. So better SimCity here for Gref. I almost said Vanya. Ooh, oh no, we depowered the gateways. No shot. The pylon was not within range. Gateways are depowered, which means there's nothing else here. There's no way else to reinforce. More shield batteries gonna be falling. Wayne just meticulously working through this, systematically I should say, working through this proxy. Every time it pushes in piles, they take down a cannon, shield battery, stalkers. Sometimes all the above. Speaking of, cannon and shield battery go down. The stalker count has gotten higher, to be fair. There aren't that many lings. Not that many lings here. Ooh. Despite that good target firing out of Wayne, it does focus down a lot of those stalkers. More lings in production. We're mining from the low ground. So force this back. Good biles here on the pylons. A couple more biles is all we need to bring those pylons down. As Wayne is still just building himself up. Oh, there are the biles. They connect. Oh, they take down the pylons. They depower some of the shield batteries. More Ravagers on the way. Now, Wayne is bleeding out a lot of units, to be fair. Can we pull this off? We're down to a handful of Ravagers. With good enough target firing, maybe. The cannon coming into play, picking off some lings. Instead of going down, we trade out a Ravager. But with these lings, yeah, we can chase this down. There's nothing else left here. Nothing remaining for Gref. GG gets called, and Wayne takes down another Protoss. GG. GG, well played. A really odd variation of cannon rush, to be honest. I mentioned at the time, but usually when we see like a proxy cannon rush like that, it is typically for like proxy immortal production or proxy Stargate with void rays. Like there's usually something more here. Very rarely do we ever see what we just saw going for a forge into 2-gate blinks or 2-gate stalkers of all things. So really interesting decision. Didn't quite pay off here against Wayne, unfortunately. Shout out to Wayne. Multiple times he was able to get surrounds and catch the stalkers. Like, I can definitely see that working, right? It almost did. Imagine a world where Wayne wasn't surrounding those stalkers. He did it like 3 or 4 times, where he was able to lock the stalkers in place and either focus them down with lings or bile them down as well. That was just some really good catches, really good trades from Wayne. And unfortunately, Gref just could not afford those losses. He was completely all in. It was all or nothing, and did not trade well enough. And with that, Wayne is going to be claiming another win here for himself. But we're not done. Ooh, we are heading over to the Americas. Okay, let's go. We are heading over to the Americas. It's been a while since I've seen this player in OSC King of the Hill. I'm just gonna double check. Did he compete last week? I don't think he did. No, okay, he did. My apologies, my apologies. He did compete last week. It's a big name, Papi. It's a big name. It is a heavy hitter. Let's go. He popped off earlier today. If you were here for ESL Kabeja, you would have seen him pop off. You would have seen him 2-0 classic, and he went to the ace match against Cure. What am I talking about? Nightmare. Nightmare. He is up. One of the big Korean names here in StarCraft. Again, earlier today we were casting ESL Kabeja. He 2-0'd classic. He brought Cure all the way to the ace match. And now he's here, hoping to make some more money here in the evening. Going up against Wayne is his Nightmare. Let's go. The ZVPs continue. Not even European ZVP. Vámonos. Also, I do have to adjust. Oh, I did. There we go. Did have to adjust things. But as we get ready here for our vetoes and for our map orders and map picks to be taking place, we can go over something a little bit different while we have a bit of time. Here. As we do switch our scenes over, and let me just quickly have a look here. Oh, bam. At a way to support this tournament. Not this tournament, but OSC. You know, if you enjoy OSC King of the Hill, if you enjoy what OSC does, there's the OSC Championship. We were a part of the qualifiers. We were casting the challenger groups of the OSC Championship a couple of weeks ago, and I believe the main event has been so far covered by Wardy, by Chicken Man, maybe Just Jordan. There's been a couple of community casters that have come together to bring you the OSC SC2 championship for this year, for their 11th season. And if you want to support the OSC Championship, and again, StarCraft events in general, OSC in the chat, and you can get a link to the GoFundMe, or you can get a link to the page, the Indiegogo, the Indiegogo, to support this tournament if you wish. You can already see that a couple of people have supported this event. We do already have some money donated or contributed to the event itself, which is really cool. We do appreciate it. There are definitely some stretch goals or some things that you can earn, as well as things that the players will be getting as well in the championship. So if you do wish, you can support this event via Indiegogo. Otherwise chill. Otherwise, enjoy the StarCraft that we have before us. The OSC King of the Hill continues, and we still have plenty more matches ahead of us. And up next, Wayne versus Nightmare. We're setting things up. The vetoes are still underway. It is going to be a best of one. And could this be where Wayne's story ends? Again, Nightmare, he is on fire tonight. He was popping off, Bobby. He was popping off earlier today. We didn't get to cast him, unfortunately, but we did see him from afar. We were watching Nightmare from afar, and he was taking down some big names. Taking some names, Bobby. Taking some names. So really cool to see Nightmare doing well. I do appreciate as well that Nightmare, he isn't just performing well, but he's performing well while being teamless. For those that are unaware, Nightmare, he was on Matcherino Esports, but he was only signed to Matcherino for their season of WTL. World Team League did conclude a couple of weeks ago. And because of that, a lot of teams are restructuring. A lot of StarCraft teams, they're looking at their rosters, they're cutting some players, they're picking up some players, there's some shifts going on when it comes to who's joining and who isn't. Our team's disbanding, our team is being formed. There's a lot going on in the conclusion of the most recent season of WTL, and with the eventual return of the next season of WTL. So yeah, part of that is Nightmare leaving Matcherino. I do hope he can land himself on a team, though, because there's a lot of really good teams out there. There's a lot of really good teams out there, and he's a really good player. Like, he's amazing. He's a little bit overlooked, is what I will say. He's a little bit overlooked when it comes to the Korean scene. When we think of Korean Pro Wrestlers, we think of Hero, we think of Classic, we think of Creator. For good reason. They're top three Pro Wrestlers in Korea. But Nightmare is alongside them. And again, like even today, he 2-0'd Classic, right? Classic, he's got a lot of hype behind him. And Nightmare was able to have the better end of things, or get one up on him today. Get one up on him tonight. And Nightmare has been consistently improving, and we'll see if that rate of improvement continues into 2024. We will see. Again, Nightmare, he's on that grind set, competing all night long. And we'll see if that practice, if that competition pays off here, because we have our map and I'm ready. For the first time tonight, not just in this tournament, but also in ESL Open Cup Asia, we're going to be loading in to Radisson Station. Let's go. Radisson Station was not vetoed. To be fair, in mirror matchups, it is less likely for this map to be vetoed compared to regular matchups. So We'll see. We'll see what our players have in store for us. We'll see what kind of nonsense we get and how crazy we do play. Or if we're just hyper greedy and we just like rush into like Sky Toss versus Sky Toss. It's possible. It's possible. It's also looks like we do have a bit of a lobby bug, so do need a little bit of time to set things up. But again, we have our map. That's the station. We will soon be getting into our game as well. We're getting there. We are getting there. I've been a little bit stuffy today. Smooch. Bakit, papu bakit. Jeez. Este vermino. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, unfortunately, we're just getting a bit of a lobby bug here, so promise you momentarily we'll be able to get back into this. As a reminder as well, exclamation mark B in the chat, and the command has been updated. And we have quite a number of players still available. Let me just double check. What match are we up to? 7? 8? 7. We're on match 7 right now. With Wayne versus Nightmare. Which means we're around halfway through. We're around halfway through the night. Still have plenty more games to have, plenty more games to go. Usually we have 15 unique players, so you know we've already gone through Spirit, Hojumi, Geralt, Gref. There are certain instances where if we do run out of players, if players are suddenly unavailable later on in the evening, then we can revive. You know, if Spirit is still laying around, if Geralt is still around, then we can of course bring them back into the fold if there aren't any other players available. But that hasn't happened in quite some time. You know, that's kind of like a contingency plan just in case. But for the most part, we should be able to feature ourselves 15 unique players. Should be able to. As we have Wayne. Let's go. We have him. Bit of a bit of a lobby bug earlier, but all good. You can hear the beeps. We're loading into our next game, into match 7 of the night. And Wayne, he's on a bit of a win streak so far. He's got 4 wins under his belt. Can he go the distance? Can he go 5? Can he go all night long with all these different people? Ah, let's go. I'm here for it. I'll watch. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Radisson Station, we have our South Korean Protoss player, our red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Zerg player, representing Starlight Twinkle, the current king of the hill with 4 wins under his belt. It is Wayne. See in chat. Are you casting the European Open Cup as well? Oh god, no. Oh my god. I barely made it through the ESL Open Cup Asia, papi, into OSC King of the Hill. You want me to go from Asia into King of the Hill, into Europe, into Americas? Oh, you're gonna kill me, papi. Now we usually don't cast ESL Open Cup Europe. We typically don't cast the European weeklies. The reason for that is because, if you didn't know, I'm living here in Australia. I do live in Australia, born and raised, and it is 2 AM currently, and I believe ESL Open Cup Europe goes until like 8 or 9 AM my time, like at around 8 or 9 AM my time. I like to sleep, you know. I like to sleep at some point. It would be nice. It would be nice to sleep. It'd be good. Not just that though, but I might be casting the European Cup in the future, in the coming weeks. The reason why I say that is because tomorrow, I've already brought this up, but so far, standard openers, and I want to get into the game, don't get me wrong. But tomorrow, I won't be casting Americas because we're going to Europe, Bobby. I'm packing my bags, and I'm going to be flying over to Poland for I Am Katowice. Tomorrow, I'm going over to Poland. I'm going to be going on a very long trip. It's going to be a 32-hour trip, and I'm going to be getting into the land of Bologna. And yeah, hey, while I'm there, maybe I can cast some more European events. It's possible. It's possible. I'll be in the time zone. I won't have to cast at like 6 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be crazy. Until then, though, we have a very aggressive opener. Okay, so a couple of things here. We are getting into Radisson Station, of course, and I'm a little bit shocked this wasn't vetoed. Wayne did have one veto available, chose not to veto this map, is going for a hatch gas pull into a third base standard opener from our Zerg player. Nightmare, instead of being hyper greedy, is being hyper aggressive, and he's hoping, I imagine he's hoping that Wayne is maybe cutting too many corners and being too greedy, and then he gets caught with his pants down. That's typically the dynamic of Radisson Station. Either both players rush into greed, or one player hopes that the other is being greedy and goes all in. There's like two different kind of dynamics and approaches here to Radisson Station. Talking a little bit about the map itself, again, it's a very, very defendable map. It is the largest map in the map pool, has the longest rush distance in the map pool as well when it comes to the ladder map pool, as the app is going to be shut down. We also have pocket base, secure fourth base as well. The 5 base setup here is very, very heavily fortified, very defendable, and does lead into long late game quite often, more often than not. But we'll see if Nightmare can make some magic happen with this Dark Shrine opener. Prism is on the way. Dark Shrine in production. So far, the Overlord is being zoned away by this Stalker. Now, the Overlord is aware that we did prioritize Warp Gate, is aware that, again, this should be a Twilight Council opener or a Robo opener or something other than Stargate play. So we should soon be seeing a Roach Warren. And there it is. Safety Roach Warren on the way. It is around the 4-minute 10 mark. It's a little bit later than we would have liked to have seen, but early enough to actually get roaches up and running and be safe. Likewise, we already have a Spore here at the Natural. We have a Spore on the way at the third base location. No Spore in the main. It is a little bit more vulnerable, but regardless, we are in position for DT defense and Oracle defense. Things are looking quite secure here for Wayne. Wayne, he may not have seen anything, but I mean, his lack of information still gives him some information nonetheless. He can deduce what it can be, what it can't be, and he's getting ready for the worst. Meanwhile, DTs, they do get dropped in towards that mineral line, and we do pick off a couple of drones. DTs, they do one-shot workers, and 6 drones go down. And very nice damage. Oh my god, despite there being detection, it didn't matter. Wayne was out of position, and that is 6 workers going down. And we're not done, by the way. We can always morph in some Archons, and we can go even further. We can get even more damage done. Overlord is going to be shut down. Now, this is a very Hero move. Hero does this very often, where he delays his Archon. He delays his Archons, he gets as much as he can out of the DTs first, before being forced to morph in some Archons instead. Meanwhile, one Queen goes down. Very nicely done. Nightmare does pick off a Queen. Slips the hell out of there as well. In between those bases. As Nightmare will pull back. Another tumor going to be going down. Good surround here though. Wayne, he punishes Nightmare. That should not have happened. A bit of an expensive loss. I still want to give the edge to Nightmare. Killing 6 drones and a Queen. Pretty good stuff here for 2 DTs. But Nightmare is going to have to back off. Meanwhile, we have our transition. And an interesting one at that. We're getting into +1 attack momentarily, as well as Blink. Blink is going to be on the way. Third base is fully saturated. Meanwhile, ooh, Wayne working towards a fast infestation pit. Okay. With this fast pit, it leads into faster Hive, of course, into Adrenal. Could go into Hydra Lurker Viper. Could rush into Ultras. We have options. We do have options, and here we go. Nightmare pushing onto Creep. Clearing up a lot of it here. A lot of tumors going to be going down. Ling Roach Ravager moving on forward here. So far, good moves out of Nightmare. Very slick moves. Cleans up a lot of those Lings. Oh, even picks off the Overseer as well. And this is where Wayne, were we a little bit too greedy here as Wayne threw down that Infestation, but still has yet to make use of it. More Stalkers on the way. As we pick off another Queen. The Roaches have to engage, but they have no buffer. Oh, this is not going to be a good fight here for Wayne. We're bleeding out a lot of Roaches. Roach is going to be going down. The Queens as well, soon to be the Ravagers, but it looks like we barely hold on. We force back the Stalkers. Force them back for the time being. Oh, we do lose 4 drones. Once again, the Blinks looking good. Blinks are trickling on in. Wayne barely forcing this back. The Biles! Ooh, are dodged. Oh, these Roaches. We're running out of steam. We're running out of HP. The Roaches are going down. One of the Ravagers gets sniped. Again, Wayne, he's up in supply, but that is a little bit deceptive. The soup does lie. Roaches are inflated supply here. Does look larger than it really is. Zealots are trickling on in. Roaches are going down. We may have to pull the boys. As we are barely holding on. Again, Nightmare just unrelenting here with his aggression. He's on 8 gateways. 8 gate 3 base. All in here. As we have 2 more gates. 10 in total. Oh my god. 10 gateways. Nightmare does bleed out a couple of Stalkers. Sending some Zealots over towards the left-hand side. Focusing down that hatchery. Hatchery's going to be falling. Prism dropping towards the natural. Zealots do not quite get a kill on the hatchery. Not quite yet, as Nightmare, he comes in for a surround. Oh. He wants these Roaches. He's going to get them as well. Big pickoffs. 3, 4 Roaches go down and a Ravager for free. Wayne going to be forcing that back. Meanwhile, that's a lot of Zealots as well. The Roach army being dragged out of position, and we're going for a run by. Charge is done. We're going for a surround. No shot. Nightmare coming in from behind, getting on top of those Ravagers as well. Forcing the Zerg player further and further in. Does connect with some Biles, but so many Ravagers are getting picked off. And at the same time, a big Zealot warp in into the natural base. Wayne, he's being pulled apart. Oh, he is being pulled apart. He's trading here with those Stalkers. But the Zealots, they're getting out of control. They're getting out of hand. They deny any kind of mining here at the natural when pushing into the main. Pushing onto the Queens. And likewise as well, these Stalkers, they aren't trading too poorly either. They're being cleaned up, don't get me wrong. They are being cleaned up, but it's just too much. GG gets called. Nightmare, he's in every single base, and he will fight back. He does take down our reigning king here. The king is dead, and all hail the new king, Nightmare. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare, he does end the reign of terror of Wayne. And now it's time for a Protoss to hold on to that crown. One of each race. Remember, at the start of the night, we had Spirit. We had Spirit to begin with, then Wayne, now Nightmare. Terran, followed by Zerg, followed by Protoss. Oh boy. And Nightmare, he was looking terrifying there. Again, to bring it back, Radisson Station is known for long macro games, is known for greed, which is why I do really like Nightmare's approach. 3-base all in. Went for a 3-base all in, started off with DTs, followed by 8-gate blink, continued by 10-gate charge. It was wild how Nightmare was able to reinforce, not just that, but how he was able to trade. Very, very efficient trades with his Blink Stalkers, really good micro as well, avoiding Biles, focusing down Ravagers whenever he could, just taking the opportunity and seizing it whenever he saw it. And yeah, really well done. Really solid performance there at a Nightmare. And we'll see who's up next. Who is up next? Who can bring down the Nightmare? We're here to find out. Oh, okay. We have a player that we have been casting recently, but apparently he's a new member of the OSC Elite Club. A new member of the player pool here for OSC King of the Hill, it's gonna be art. Not that art, the other art. There are two arts in StarCraft, for those that are unaware. There's the Polish player art on the Platinum Heroes, and there is also the other player art, also Protoss, just like both arts are Protoss. And fun fact, the Platinum Heroes, just to make things even more confusing, the Platinum Heroes, they also picked up the other art as well. There's one from Poland and there's one from Russia. Both now on the same team, because that is not confusing. Shaking my head. Shaking my... It's like, imagine if Liquid Hero and CJ Enter's Hero were on the same team, you know? It's like, what's going on? I feel like this should be illegal. I feel like this shouldn't be allowed. Let's just make this as confusing as well. Exactly. Shaking my head. Alright. Setting things up here. At least they spell it differently. Kind of. They do spell it a little bit differently. I mean, different capitalization. I believe Polish art is lowercase r. Russian art is just all letters R, essentially. Just pure capitalization. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. So we are setting up for it. Guess you haven't seen the bracket for Rising Star 10 yet. Oh no, what happened? I'll look it up. OSC Elite Rising Star 10. What am I looking at? Are they playing against each other? That'd be amazing. Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm a little bit confused. Liquid art? Why is he on Liquid? But I do see art versus art. Let's go. Fun fact, there was something similar here in the Latin American community. For those that are in the know, you know that there's the Colombian player Eggs. There's a Colombian player Eggs, but there's also the Argentinian player Egg. So there's Eggs and then there's Egg in Latin America. And whenever they would play against each other, we'd call it las Batalla de los Huevos, which is a Battle of the Eggs. Battle of the Eggs, man. Let's go. So we had that as well. I guess a little bit less confusing because they are spelled differently. Like Eggs has a Z at the end. There's just regular Egg. But yeah, shaking. These pro gamers, they need to sort it out. They need. Wow. Aye. Why are we all the same? There's Hero and Hero, of course. I'm sure there's others, right? There's Silky and Silky. For those that are unaware, there's the American Zerg player Silky, as well as the American Zerg player Silky, as well as the Chinese Zerg player also Silky. So and that's a little more confusing because they spell it the same and they're both Zerg. Or both Eggs are also Zerg as well. Both heroes are Protoss. Both arts are Protoss as well. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. But yeah, we did have them Silky versus Silky. That did occur 2021, I want to say, in an ESL Open Cup Asia, back when before Silky retired, the American Silky retired. They both faced off in ESL Open Cup Asia, and fun fact, the Chinese Silky won, and it was after the Chinese Silky had won that the American Silky had retired. So we had like our narrative going on that like the winner would keep the name and the loser would have to leave. It was, like the loser would have to just tap out. Smooch. So that happened. That wasn't the reason why Silky retired, but like that did happen just before he retired as well. Smooch. Who else is there? That Silky versus Silky was a bit of an issue for Wikipedia. Yeah, it was. We have 3 classics too for a small time. Oh, we did. We had a Rain, if you remember. There was the Korean Protoss Rain and there was a Korean Terran Rain. I don't think they ever played. I don't know if they were ever active at the same time, because the Korean Terran Rain was active in Wings of Liberty, and I think the Protoss Rain came in Heart of the Swarm, right? I think. But yeah, we had a bunch of Rains. Who else? I'm trying to think. There are multiple heroes, of course. There's too much rain. Yo, shout out to Nish recently interviewing the Korean Terran Rain. Yo, I'll always remember that Rain because if you remember, he played, I want to say, in the finals of MLG, and it was a TVT between Rain and I think it was Boxer. No, it was God, who was it? It was either Rain and Boxer or Rain and MVP. I think it was Boxer. Yeah, I think it was Boxer. And it was like Mass BC versus Mass BC, like back in Wings of Liberty. But yeah. Oh, he knows. There you go. Longest TVT. Exactly. That's my memory of Rain. My one and only. But here we go. We're getting into our next game here, into our next best of 1, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player. Representing himself, currently teamless with 1 win on the board, our new king, of course. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Art. Now, Cynical in the chat, just so there's no confusion, this is Art with lowercase AR and uppercase T. You know, just to be clear. They have to be doing this on purpose, right? They have. It has to be on purpose, right? I'm shaking my head. What's going on? Here we go. As we're settling into our PvP. Ban him. Not like this. Here we go, as we're getting into our 2-gate opener. 2 gateways here for Nightmare, likewise 2 gateways for Art. Is that the Oprah from CS? True. It's a new Art. He's hit the field. Oh no. Yes, we are settling into our next best of 1. As a reminder, it is a best of 1. Of course, Art making his first appearance here in OSC King of the Hill. Again, this is hold on. I'll fix it for you. Because I'm also getting triggered a little bit. Hold on. Bam! There we go. Just so we're all clear. What if I do this though? What if I do? What if I? Bam. Alright, it's gonna be double adept. It's gonna be double adept over here at a Nightmare. Actually, sorry, my apologies, not just double adept, we have a 3rd and 4th adept on the way as well. So quite an aggressive opener here from our Protoss player. The goal here is to get across the map and to get some economic damage done, to slip into the middle line and to get some probe damage. Meanwhile, Art's gonna be opening up a little bit safer here with a faster expansion, or I mean with the expansion on low ground, with a shield battery with Stalkers. That's the cynical. As here we go, the Stalkers, they do come across some of these adepts, but not all of them, as we have 2 more here on the left hand side. I love this from Nightmare. He's got 2 groups of adepts threatening a dive. Stalkers, they're going to be committing though, and there's honestly not much at home to defend. 2 adepts, they can't really hold too much of a candle here against 3 Stalkers. So Nightmare is going to be in some trouble here. He's being focused down, going for a desperate warp in here back at home. And it looks like he will be able to hold on here. Does focus down the Stalker. I'm loving the lock on there. I'm loving the trap from those probes. Adepts, did race back home, and Nightmare, he will hold. He will force this back. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice, Twilight Council here from Art, likewise Twilight Council from Nightmare as well. So we're getting into Blink. We're getting into Blink, but again, because of the openers, because of the initial units, Art has a massive Stalker lead. Ooh, is forced to recall though. Is forced to recall to keep up to defend with the Adepts. Oh, they shade in. They do shade in. Do we commit? Not quite. No commitment, not yet. So we'll force this back. So I see people asking in the chat. Oh, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Hold on. Hold on. I'll fix it. Okay, cool. As we are going to be shading once again. I mean, continuing to shade, continue to just keep Arts back at home. Keep him pinned. Dark Shrine behind this. Ooh, okay, Nightmare, I see you. Going Blink into a Dark Shrine, quite a risky maneuver, but DT is going to be on the way. I'm a little bit concerned here. If we do go on any longer without a Robo, we will not have detection available. Art's going straight for a third. Oh no. It's going straight for the third base. Proxy is being set up, and the longer this goes on without detection or without a Robo, the more concerned I am for Art. Aye. Hallucination Scout comes in. We get confirmation. We see nothing. Oh, Robo's now on the way. Now on the way. Is it going to come out in time, though? The Dark Shrine, it's about to finish up. Not like this. It is about to finish. DT is soon to be on the way. Robo, it's just under halfway done. Here come the Dark Templar. They're on the way. There's 3 of them. Now, to be fair, because of the amount of Stalkers we have, if we see the Shimmer, if we do see the Shimmer, we can blink back and we can wall off this ramp. As I say that, Art is pushing. Art is pushing across the map. DT's there waddling in towards the mineral line, towards the natural, towards the main. The Robo just now finishing. If we wanted to, we could even focus down the Robo. We could focus down the Robo itself. And that's what we're going for it. No shot. We dive on the Robo and it's going to be targeted down. We try to surround. We do our best here, but it's not going to be enough. The Robo falls and that's it. No detection. GG gets called and Nightmare will take down Art. GG. The invisible man, Poppy. The invisible man. GG, well played. This is a dynamic that does occur in PvP. The reality is that you can try to sneak out a Dark Shrine like that, and things like Robos are often skipped, or you often delay it. You often do delay Robos if you want to be a little bit more economic, a little bit greedier. Does happen from time to time, and this is just a bit of a build order win in a way where, because it was delayed, zero detection. Zero detection here, and Nightmare does take the win. The Invisible Man, a little bit too strong. GG, well played. A lot of love to Art though. Again, he's an amazing player. It's a bit of a shame that we just didn't really get to see much of him. I was looking forward to more of a back and forth, and we were entering more of the mid game, but alas, Nightmare had other plans. Now get Art a riot. Oh no, not like this. As Nightmare does take down another player here, and we are getting ready for our next one, for our next series. We have an opponent. We have a Zerg player. Oh boy. We have a player that we don't get to cast enough of, to be honest. We don't get to cast enough of him. He's amazing. He's beautiful. He's a fan favorite here on the channel for many, many years. It is going to be the Southeast Asian Zerg player. It is going to be Miyamaika, the king of the sea, the last king of the sea himself, the cat god, Miyamaika. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. I'm ready for some nonsense. I'm ready for some chaos. I'm ready for some Miyamaika action. Gibbs, papi, Gibbs. Let's go. Just sentry, just one sentry. Why? One sentry would not have saved him. Remember, we weren't able to warp in time. We didn't have a sentry ready either. We didn't know there were DTs. We didn't know there were DTs until they were already just in the bases here of Art. And in a sense, I guess we could have used the Sentry to force field around the Robo to try and reduce surface area, but even that wouldn't have been a guarantee that we would have saved the Robo either, just because that Observer was still so far away from going on. If we could see them ahead of time, if we were aware of the DTs ahead of time, then Sentries, yes, they can buy time by force fielding the ramp. That is true. That is, again, if we had a little bit more foresight as to what was going on, as to the chaos that was ensuing. So, unfortunately, just unable to react in time because there's no, unfortunately, weren't able to scout and recognize what exactly was happening and what Nightmare was up to. Which is why we've seen Max Packs die to this. We've seen Hero die, like basically any Protoss player out there. Now that I think about it, we have casted die to just DTs in PvP. Like it just happens. Again, it's an unfortunate reality of PvP that it happens every now and then. I wouldn't say it happens frequently, but you know, like I don't know, like once a month or something, we cast a game like this. Oh. I'll always remember, I think it was Pez. I think it was Pez versus Probe, in ANZ Champs where this happened as well. I remember because I was casting in the studio and I was casting with Pilsky. Pilsky is a CS:GO caster. He's a CS:GO caster in Australia, and he's a little bit less familiar with StarCraft, and we were kind of getting into it, and yeah, when this dynamic showed up, he was like, "Oh, is it just over?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's just over, Pappy. It's just over. Oh, it's just no, it's GG." He got introduced to this while we were casting. Beautiful. King of Zergling, King of Hydra, Pappy, King of Hydra. Let's go. I miss the Rockstar vibes that MLG provided. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I feel like yeah, that's something that we don't really have anymore. I mean, in general, I guess like it's like COVID did so much because we had such a long break from offline events, and such a long break from offline events in general. Yeah, we don't really have that anymore. Home Story Cup, it's kind of its own thing, and maybe one day we'll have those vibes again. Maybe. I think it's hard as well, just because a lot of those more bombastic personalities aren't around anymore, right? Like a lot of them have grown a little bit older and a little bit mellowed out, right? Like even MC in his later years, right? Like in more recent years, like he's a little more chill, you know. I remember when MC went back to Korea, this is like 2017, 2018. I remember like a lot of people expected a lot from him in GSL. Like I remember doing like the group selection stuff, but he's like, you know, very respectful and stuff like that. And I remember I think they asked him about it, and he was like, no, yeah, like, you know, I'm just, you know, I've gotten older. like I could not quite me anymore. Like, you know, I'm an old man, Smurge, and I'm just here to beat up some kids. But yeah. I don't know if we can have that again. I hope so. Do hope so. Like Stefano as well, he's more mellowed out now. When he was playing in a Home Story Cup. You know who we need? We need 4 Jimmy. We need we need 4 Jimmy to get onto the stage. We need him to meme it up, Pappy. Oh, 2-minute Hydra rushing. Yeah, 100%. Let's go. Give me the Hydras. Catching up. Is art becoming the new barcode? No. Yeah, it looks like our players are just sorting out servers and sorting out their maps. It looks like we're going to be playing on Oceanborn. Oceanborn is going to be coming up next. Not a bad map for something like Hydra's, I'll be honest. For like a Hydra rush, like the Miyamika 2-base Hydra, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. It's been a long time. Yeah, Miyamika, he hasn't been as active as he used to be. I know that nowadays he's got an IRL job, so he plays StarCraft like on the side whenever he has a little bit of time. So I'm excited to see him again. I haven't casted like some solid Miyamika games in like since last year. It's been a while. Gibbs. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. Otherwise, hope everyone's been doing well. Hope everyone has been doing well here. We're working through our tournaments. We are here in the ninth match. We have 6 more ahead of us. 6 more best of ones. Let's go. I'm here for it. Oh, looks like our players are asking for a minute though. Looks like we need to take a minute here before we do dive in. All good. Who haven't we seen yet today? You know what? I haven't casted Demaga in a while. Where's Demaga been? Gib Demaga. Haven't seen Demaga in a while. Who else haven't we seen? We could do some more Terrans. We've only casted Spirit and Quanta so far. I wouldn't be opposed to... Who am I thinking of? There's some of the German Terran players like Shock Ripper, Soon, No Mercy. They used to be so active. The Senthix boys. Who else? Baby Marine, Cuckoo, he drops by every now and then. In these tournaments. We need some more Terrans. Nickrat, he usually drops by as well. To wreak havoc. 3-minute paid bust? It's going to be a short one, 100%. It's going to be a short game. Our downtime is going to be longer than the game itself. I hope so anyway. We'll see. We shall see. It looks like our players need a moment though, so we're going to be going on a short break. Short break. And we'll see you guys soon. But Miyamika versus Nightmare. Top. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our next matchup here in OSC King of the Hill weekly number 158. And we are here to see if our king's reign will continue or if a new king will rise in his ashes. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Oh god, hold on. There we go. Our red Protoss player representing himself, Carly Seamless, the current king of the hill. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Vietnamese Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Gosu. It is Miyamika. I'll change him in the UI. I got you. Bam. Beautiful. And oh my god, for the first time in a long time, Miyamika goes hatch first? Wait, what? Mia, are you feeling okay, Papi? Are you... What's going on? Miyamika, he is known for going pool first. Every single ZVP, he's known for pool first. Like, that's his go-to. Very rarely does he go hatch first like this. I know this is a standard opener. This is a standard opener, but it's not standard for Mio. So I'm a little bit, yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed. Are you okay? I'm a little bit concerned. What's happening? Mio, Papi. Oh, for now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of Miyamika. Across the map, we do have Nightmare going for a gate expand as well. Going for a standard opener himself as we ease our way into this. Now, Miyamika has a reputation, and again, he does ladder quite often on the Korean server, so I'm sure Nightmare is aware of the kind of player that Miyamika is. And I'm curious what Miyamika brings to the table. Again, I did mention before that Miyamika is not as active as he used to be. I don't know if he's been working on new builds or new playstyles, or if he's going to be relying on what he's known for. And what is he known for? 2-base Hydra. 2-base Hydra is his speciality here, specifically in ZVP, and he can actually use it quite well. It's beautiful. If we get to see it, we can get into it. Also, before I forget, bam, there we go. Just double checking how many wins we had for Nightmare, as it is going to be a Stargate opener from our Red Protoss. It's going to be a Stargate opener. With this, should be getting into Oracles, should be getting into a 3rd base standard play here, which is ideal. Miyamika, we've seen him bring down players like Showtime and Harstem. Miyamika, he can thrive when his opponent plays standard. If his opponent is being aggressive, if his opponent opens up Twilight Council, then Miyamika's in trouble. As it is not an Oracle, it's a Void Ray. Meanwhile, 2-base Lair. 2-base Lair, we spoke about the 2-base Hydra build of Miyamika. 2nd gas is being taken. Usually Miyamika takes a 3rd gas geyser, and that is enough to facilitate for Hydra production. We'll see if a 3rd gas is taken. We'll see how we make use of this Lair. For now, Lings are being produced. Again, Void Ray on the way first, which is an interesting move. This means that Nightmare can go for a hidden tech behind this. He can go for a Void Ray into something like Glaive Adepts. He can go into Sky Toss. He can do whatever he wants, and Miyamika will have no idea. Whereas Miyamika is supply block, the Overlord did go down. Behind this, Lings, they do get in. They do slip in on top of this space, and we will deny the 3rd. Very nice pick up here. Oh no! Mio instead, he goes for the Adepts, but it looks like we have too many. The Lings, they will be forced back, and we actually dive into the main. Oh, we're gonna probe. We get one more worker. We do get a follow-up scout. We do get eyes on the Oracle. And the Lings will be cleaned up. Meanwhile, there's that Hydra Den. And there's that 3rd gas. As we mentioned, 3 gases, 2-base Lair into 2-base Hydra. Let's go. This is the Miyamika special. Here we go, and so far we have yet to scout this. We don't even know about the Lair timing. Why? Because we went Void Ray first instead of Oracle. Oracles would be dipping in between the bases, they'd be scouting everything, they'd be seeing everything. But here, Nightmare sees nothing. He sees a 3rd, he sees drones, he doesn't see anything out of the norm, doesn't see the extra gases here at the 3rd base, or sorry, at the natural. Nightmare is in the dark. Ooh, and here's the follow-up. As we mentioned, this is the power of a Void Ray first, is that it allows you to go into hidden tech. And, you know, we were theorizing Glaive Adepts, we were theorizing Sky Toss, and it is Glaives. And very committed as well. 6 gateways. 6 gate Glaive Adepts here for Nightmare. It's on the way. Hydras have been revealed. And I'm worried for Miyamika. So, Glaive Adepts are usually designed to hunt down drones. But Glaive Adepts are really good at fighting Lings and Hydras as well. And I've seen this before. We've cast enough Miyamika to have seen this scenario, and Mio's in some trouble because Mass Adept shreds through Ling Hydra. Ling Hydra melts so quickly against this kind of army, depending on how many Adepts there are. And we're going to be warping in a lot. With 6 gateways, that's a lot of Adepts, Papi. That's a lot of Adepts. So I am concerned for Mio. Also, if you're curious, Mio's composition is meant to only be Ling Hydra. No Banelings, so he won't have the other alternate way to deal with Adepts. It's either Roaches or Banelings, one or the other. Without either, again, this is going to be difficult. Now, it's not impossible. If the Lings are able to catch out some of these Adepts, if the Hydras are able to maintain themselves behind the Lings, behind Queens, then we have a lot of DPS. Like, we have a lot of DPS here, so we can maybe work our way through. Ooh, changelings do scout. The adepts have been revealed. Big scout there from Mio. He's aware, he knows. Adepts are shading in, Lings are getting ready to dive, and we do catch a couple of these Hydras so quickly. 2 Hydras go down. Third Hydra almost gets picked up as well. We get a third Hydra, but we get a surround. Beautiful surround here from Mio, and we will clean this up. Adepts will fall. Nightmare not taking that seriously enough. And what's important here is that, again, mass Adept will trade better. I mean, we pick up a couple more Hydras, but I was speaking more about an army of Adepts. We are warping them in defensively back at home. Ooh, Lings are getting caught out. Nightmare, I believe we threw down a bait. Colossus are going to be on the way behind this. Adept Colossus. Honestly, I feel like it can do well. We catch out more Adepts here. Now, me and Mikey is staying on a low drone count, and it's going to get even lower as we catch out more drones here at the third base. No Spore. We're committed. We are all in. Can we hold? It's going to be a tight hold. We have 4 shield batteries. We have a lot of Adepts. Again, I still feel like Nightmare can trade well here, but we'll see as we do dive on forward. Overcharge is popped. Lings are going down. Boys are being pulled. Those Hydras doing a lot of damage here in the back line. But we have another wave of Adepts on the way. And without any Lings, these Hydras are so vulnerable. They are so exposed. They have to back off. Only with Lings can they engage. And now with Colossus, like, this army, yeah, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine, pal. Good target firing with the Colossus. The Lings, they melt to the Adepts as well. And Mio, he has to retreat. Now, I appreciate this. Mio, he's transitioning. He has recognized Ling Hydra, it's not working. It's never going to work against this. Roaches. Roaches are on the way instead. Now, this is a rough transition because Mio was all in. Specifically his drone count. He's on 44. He's down 20 workers. He's down 20 workers compared to Nightmare. Economically, he is in a lot of trouble. And this is a rough transition for Mio, trying to get out of the all-in that he had committed to. He's droning. 4th base is on the way. Tech-wise, he doesn't have a lot to work with. He has Hydras, but no upgrades, no +1, no roach speed. Like, there's a lot to catch up on, and Nightmare has a lot of freedom right now. He has a lot of freedom. He's building up more Colossus. From here, he can go into Disruptor. He can go into Disruptor behind this. He can get a 4th base up and running. Oh god, and that's a lot of Adepts. That's a lot of Adepts moving out. Oh boy. So we do get on top of the 4th base. 4th base is going to be denied. Yeah, a couple more volleys and it is going to be cancelled. Good pick up. Meanwhile, we do not commit to the shade, thankfully. This Roach Hydra army can trade quite well against these Adepts. Nightmare knows that he's going to try to evacuate. He's going to try to escape. Oh, but we do collapse on this army. And a good 1/3 of those Adepts go down. Meanwhile, Mio, he lost his 4th. He did saturate his bases a little bit. He's not taking extra gases. He's still only on 3. But that is enough to afford his Roach-based army. So he's going Roach Hydra. Adepts, though, they continue to threaten these shades. And we do not commit. Behind this, 4th Colossus on the way. Ooh, I was not expecting that. We are getting to a 4th Colossus. Behind this, Disruptors would be ideal. Or even Immortals. Either or. What's important is that Nightmare just saw the Roaches. He just confirmed all these Roaches. He's aware of them. He knows. And where do we go from here? We have a prison behind this. We're moving out. We're getting into Blink Stalkers to buffer. To support. Micah still pretty all in here. He's still in a very low drone count. His army supply looking quite large. But no Ravagers either. Just pure Roach Hydra. A very Heart of the Swarm-esque composition. You don't really see this too often anymore. Here we go, Nightmare. He does rock up. Does get eyes on the army. We have the War Prism to reinforce. And Nightmare, he's getting his 4th base up and running behind this. Here we go. Miyamika, he is pushing in. Roaches, they do engage here with the Stalkers. They're breaking through. There's so many Roaches available here for Mio. And he collapses on this army. Behind this, he's going to be losing a lot of drones. The Adepts are going ham, but we do shut down the Stalkers. Oh. And we break down one of those Colossus as well. I believe 2? 2 Colossus. 2 Colossi go down. But Mio, oh, he loses 17. He's all in. He loses 17 drones back at home. He's down to 36. 36 workers remaining, and it's all or nothing. We have to end the game with this army. We're sending it. We're going across the map. What does Nightmare have at home to defend? He has one disruptor. The Stalkers are getting caught out as well. Mio, he can do it. He can do it, Papi. He's all in. Nova goes off. Ooh, oh, the connection. No connection. It gets focused down. Overcharge is popped. We're going to be able to hold on to the high ground. Mio is forced back. Oh, again, Mio, he's on a timer. He's got to keep going. We have to keep pushing here as we're making 2 disruptors at a time. The more disruptors we have, the harder it's going to be for Mio Micah to end the game. We have to send it, Papi. It's all or nothing. We're Charmy pushing through those Stalkers. Hydra's coming from behind. We're getting surrounded on the Colossus. Colossus getting surrounded. We have the Nova going up for good target firing here on the Disruptor. The Nova will not connect. Good positioning though overall. Shield batteries going ham. The Disruptors, they're being rallied in. But the Nova will connect once. This time, for the first time, we get some connections. GG gets called. Nightmare, he will hold. He has the shield batteries, the stack defense, the reinforcements. Nightmare, he takes down Mio Micah. GG. GG, well played. Not the easiest game for Nightmare though. He did overextend a couple of times. There were like 2 big moments. The first one was when he got caught out with his adepts, when he got surrounded by the Lings. And the second time is when he pushed towards the 4th base with those Colossi. Mio Micah, he definitely had an opportunity there and he was looking damn good. But unfortunately, it did feel like he gave his opponent a little bit too much time. A little bit too much time towards the end there. Allowed more disruptors to arrive, allowed a better positioning for the Colossus, and in the end, Nightmare, all he had to do was defend. He had crippled the economy. There was nothing else left for Mio. GG. Well played. Well played here. Nightmare will take the game and will take down another opponent. Let's go. And we're going to be featuring another player that I haven't casted in a month or even more than that. I'm ready for it. It's going to be another ZVP. It's going to be another Zerg versus Protoss. I'm ready for it. It is going to be the Ukrainian Zerg player, Dimaga. Papa Dimaga. Papa Dimaga. He's back. He is back. We missed him. Dimaga, he's one of the few players from like Eastern Europe that wasn't a part of the Christmas Cup. He wasn't a part of Christmas Cup. I believe he wasn't a part of Euro Cup or the New Year's Cup. Like for a lot of these events, I don't think he was quite there. Which was a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't a part of them, but it's great to see him return. I was concerned that maybe he had drifted away, like maybe he was taking a break. Maybe he was taking a break from StarCraft. I mean, start of the year, maybe he was just, focusing on other things. But good to see him back. Big fan of Dimaga. Been around for a long time, very long time. And he will make his return here against Nightmare. Here we go. Maybe he wasn't thirsty and wanted a plate instead of a cup for once. Oh. You're an animal. Shaking my head. So our players are just conducting their vetoes, and we are setting up here for our next game. We are setting things up for our next best of 1. Again, Nightmare able to spread his wings a little bit more with those adepts, and so we are just setting things up here between our players. Making sure we know what server we are playing on. Beautiful. We have our answer. Tis gonna be Central. I believe it's Challenger Advantage, right? I believe depending on who is playing against who, they will get server advantage. But hey, we have our next ZVP. I'm hoping we can get some more Terrans down the line. Haven't had a Terran in a while. What? We'll get there. Ooh, as we have our map, and we're going to be loading into 2,000 atmospheres. We have yet to see Gresvan tonight. We've seen a little bit of Ancient Cistern. We've seen a lot of 2,000 atmospheres. No Gresvan though. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. I mean, it was a very unique map in its own way. I can understand why players wouldn't want to play on it. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and a big shout out to my deck. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 2 months in a row. Thank you so much, Poppy. Thank you so much. Do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the cast. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are getting into our next best of one. Here we go. Can our king be stopped? He's been going on a tear so far. No one can stand in his way. Not yet. We dive into our next game, and spawning in the top right hand corner, we have our challenger. We have our would-be usurper representing Berserker Esports, the Ukrainian Zerg. It is Dimaga. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the current King of the Hill representing himself, the Red Protoss. It is Nightmare. Here we go. Again, here for OSC King of the Hill, we do have an extended map pool. We don't just have your normal ladder maps. No, we do incorporate some of the older maps as well, which is why we can feature maps like Gresvan and Ancient Cistern and 2,000 atmospheres as well. This map has been a little bit popular amongst the Zerg players, which makes sense. Has been a little bit popular. 4Jumi went for this map as well, if I recall correctly. So it is great to be back. Oh, sorry, not 4Jumi. Quanta. Quanta went for this map. That's it. Quanta. So it is great to be back on 2,000 atmospheres. This is one of the other maps that's actually underwater. Under 2,000 atmospheres of pressure. You can see the fish. I believe there's a shark around as well. There's a shark that floats around. But outside of that, when it comes to the features of the map, it's quite large. It is relatively large. There's options when it comes to what kind of third base you want to be taking, either the linear third or the triangular third base as well. The center of the map is a little bit choked up here with the bridge, of course, with points of elevation. Once the rocks get knocked down, then it becomes more open. Then it becomes more dangerous to trek through the center, through the center of the map. So we do see these kind of pushes towards the edges instead, where the Xel'Nagas are. We have the Xel'Nagas covering these edge pathways. And these main attack paths, I should say. So depending on who has control of the Xel'Naga, you control the map. So yeah, it's great to be here once again. Meanwhile, Dimaga going to be going for the Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of our Blue Zerg player. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Nightmare. Now, when it comes to Dimaga, again, I haven't casted him in a long time. He is known for, last time I really casted him was like, what, on a weekly basis in WTL and sometimes in Sparkling Tuna Cup. But Dimaga, he is known for his ZVP. He has some really strong ZVP. He looks terrifying against even some of the Korean Protosses, specifically in the mid game. The mid game is where Dimaga thrives, and he is known for basically droning up to around 66 to 72 workers. You know, 3 base, maybe just over 3 base saturation. He gets a 4th maybe mainly for larva, and then he just makes non-stop roaches. Non-stop roaches, lings and banelings, just hyper aggression, but off of a secure economy that he's able to get into quite well. And that's where he can really thrive. We'll see if he can continue that trend, though. We'll see if he can get to that point, because Nightmare, once again, Void Ray opener. And as we talked about last game, when you open up with a Void Ray like this, it means that, one, sure, you lack scouting information, but you deny scouting. You shut down Overlords, and you can hide your follow-up. And your follow-up could be Glaive Adepts, like we saw last game, could be double Stargate, Sky Toss, could be a charge base all in, it could be standard play, it could be anything. Dimaga wouldn't know. That's the power here of the Void Ray. As we do move out, we're on our job to hunt down Overlords. Now there is one Overlord here on the right hand side that so far has been unscouted, but the reason why we're doing this is because we don't want to reveal our Void Ray too soon. We want to hunt down some of these more quote-unquote safer Overlords and get some secure damage. This Overlord is already dead. Like it's a dead man floating right now. It's it's gonna be hunted down at some point. So may as well get across the map and get even more damage done. Ooh, as we are a bit on a move, we take some extra damage. There's that Twilight Council follow-up. So we have our third base into a Twilight Council. Another gateway on the way. This looks like Glaive Adepts. This does look like Glaive Adepts. There is no Forge. There are no upgrades. Don't need any upgrades. Not with Glaives. The Oracle gets across the map, gets a couple of drones. Ooh. We got a little bit too greedy though. 4 drone kills and the Oracle goes down. A big pick off there by Dimalga, and that was not worth of a nightmare. That was not a worthwhile trade. Overlord comes back. Again, hunting down the... Void Ray comes back, hunting down the Overlord. And as we mentioned, again, no Forge with the Twilight Council. Screams Glaive Adepts, and it is Glaive Adepts. Now, if you remember, against Miyamika, Nightmare, he delayed his third base and he went up to 6 gates. He was very committed against Miyamika. He went 6 gate Glaive Adepts. Here, against Dimalga, 4 gate Glaive Adepts. It is less committed here, but there's still a lot of power behind this. There's still a threat that does pose Dimalga if he doesn't see this coming. Well, speaking of, though, he does catch the Adepts. 4 of them, they do get surrounded. Big moment here for Dimalga, and he sees the extra warping of Adepts as well. He knows. Roaches, or Roach Warners on the way, soon to be Roaches. The Adepts did reveal themselves a little bit prematurely. So Dimalga is now aware of Glaives. He should be aware of Glaives. Especially seeing reinforcing Adepts. Oh, interesting. Behind this, we're going for a later 5th and 6th gateway. It's quite later, though. Third base still getting saturated. Roach Warden is done. Roaches are amassing. Dimalga cutting workers at 50. Pretty good worker count to cut at here to deal with the aggression of Nightmare. As a reminder, there's no Robo. There's no Robo, there's no Warp Prism, there's no way to reinforce across the map. What you see is what you get. You have a group of Adepts here towards the left. You have the Void Ray towards the right. And can we piece this together? As the Adepts do rotate over towards the third base. Behind this, we're transitioning. We have +1, we have Blink, Robotics Bay on the way. Again, this is not all in from Nightmare, not by any means. But he needs to get damage with this. The problem with this follow-up from Nightmare is that these Adepts, they delayed Blink. It's because of these Adepts that Blink is late, +1 is late, like all this tech is delayed in favor of these Glaive Adepts, and so far they have not paid for themselves. We're getting a couple of tumors. We have map control, true. Pick up a couple of tumors here. But again, we are ideally looking for some economic damage. And we still have potential. The Adepts are still alive. As long as they live, they can threaten these bases. Here we go. We do push here on the left-hand side. We do clear up a lot of the creep. But they are being caught out. One Adept did fall. And here comes the follow-up. +1, we have Blink. Dimalga still droning up to 60. Still not quite where he wants to be when it comes to his worker count. Here comes Nightmare. His goal, shut down the 4th. To deny this 4th base, to get a kill on this hatchery. And can he get it? Dimalga just doesn't really have much of an army here. He cannot keep up with this. We have a lot of Lings, but that's what the Adepts are for. As we start to step forward, reinforcements are on the way. The Lings, they're melting here against the Adepts. Yeah, the Lings are going down, the Roaches thereafter, and it looks like this timing from Nightmare is becoming a bit too much. Dimalga did not have enough to hold on. The Roaches, they crumble against this army. And we work through the Queens as well. There's just nothing left here. And this one push is just too much to handle. Every Queen falls. The Roaches, they're trickling in one after the other. We have reinforcing Stalkers coming in as well. Again, this timing was just a little bit too brutal for Dimalga. Wasn't ready for it. And GG, good luck in the next match. And Nightmare will take down another Zerg. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very powerful push. And what really added to that push as well, fun fact, I want to say that if the Adepts weren't there, Dimalga probably holds. Ling Roach can trade very nicely against Stalkers. Like, Stalkers have a really hard time trading against Lings. Just because they take so many hits, they soak so much damage, and they do so much damage to Stalkers as well. Adepts, though, because they were kept alive from the initial Glaive Adept push, because they were retained and we didn't throw them away, they did such a great job at supporting the Stalkers, and they cleaned up those Lings so quickly. The Lings, they just melted, and suddenly there were only Roaches left, and the Roaches, they were naked, they were exposed. Roaches on their own, they struggle against Blink Stalkers. As we saw, Nightmare, he just snowballed out of control. Very nicely done. Very nice execution there from Nightmare, and really good use of the situation. Like, even though his adepts, his glaive adepts, weren't able to really do anything, at least he didn't throw them away. And he was able to actually incorporate them in that later push instead. So really nice adaptation there from Nightmare, and with that, he is still our King of the Hill. Oh boy, we've had some big names, some heavy hitters, and usually it takes a big name to bring another one down. It was Spirit who started the night off as our King of the Hill. It took Wayne to shut Spirit down. It took Nightmare to shut Wayne down. Who can stop Nightmare? Can anyone stop him? We have 5 players left. We have 5 players remaining here tonight. We are 2/3 of the way through the broadcast. Who's it going to be? Who can rise to the challenge? Who can bring Nightmare down? Oh boy, who's left? Who is left is a question. I would love to see... I don't know if Young Yakov is here tonight. I'd love to see Young Yakov step up. I see Rostock lurking around. Rostock could be potentially another big one here. And it looks like... Oh! Do we have our lobby? Do we have our player? Do we have our match? We do. Here we go. We have our next matchup here, and we are done for now with the ZVPs, and we're getting into a PvP. It is, in fact, going to be Nightmare versus Rostock. A Protoss versus Protoss match. Here we go. I feel like we have a lot of PvP in our future. I feel we still have the other arts, right? The other art. Christiana. Ziomek. Plenty of Protoss. And here we go. Spawning. In the bottom left-hand corner. In the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our red Protoss player, the current King of the Hill, with 4 wins under his belt. So I was just counting. I was just making sure it was correct. With 4 wins under his belt, it is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the would-be usurper. We have our Protoss player rising to the challenge, representing CSO Esports, the Ukrainian Protoss. It is Rostock. We go. Nightmare is a force to be reckoned with. Now, something to bear in mind is that it is getting quite late here. You know, it's, I believe, 1 a.m. in the morning in Korea, and we're getting through quite a lot of games here. We did see a couple of slip-ups from Nightmare in the last game when he lost his Oracle, for example, when he was taking some extra hits with his Void Ray. Can we wear him down? Can we whittle away at the stamina of Nightmare? And is that going to be a part of how we can stop his reign of terror? How we can stop the Protoss with another Protoss? We'll see. For now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener here out of Rostock. 2-gate opener out of Nightmare. We are loading into Hecate, which is an interesting one. Not a bad map for proxies. There are definitely a lot of proxy locations here on Hecate because of how wide it is. There are so many locations to, again, try to take advantage of. I'm curious if that's the plan for Rostock. I am curious. But now, second pylons have been thrown down, so no proxy. No proxy from either Rostock or Nightmare. Everything is looking normal. Everything is looking as it should. And it looks like, oh, we are going into some very fast tech, actually. Okay. we have Rostock going for a faster Twilight Council. Twilight Council is on the way here for faster Blink. Meanwhile, we have our first two units of choice here for Nightmare. He's going to be opening up double Adept into 3 and into a third and fourth Adept, into, I imagine, a fifth and sixth Adept as well. This is how Nightmare did play earlier in his previous PvP against Art, if you recall. Hello, Mr. Probe. Where are we going? Yeah. And my eyes are on this probe because this is looking like a one base all in. Rostock, he has a Blink on the way, 2 gateways. I imagine we're going to be throwing down a proxy 3rd gateway and a 4th gateway as well. So for one base, 4 gate Blink, let's go. There it is. The gateways have been thrown down. Back at home, Nightmare reading this beautifully here. He's continuing to check, continuing to scout with these adepts. He is confirming the lack of expansion. There is no natural base. Nightmare opening up with a robo. Very safe way to open up here. Shield battery is done. Adepts are amassing. Stalkers do push in. Being forced back. Now again, with a robo opener, the power of this opener is that it gives you access to faster immortals. You get immortals, you can get a prism as well to juggle, but more importantly, immortals are king here when it comes to defending against stalkers. They just have their way with them so well, so easily. Defensively, immortals are so powerful, and that's why it's a good read here for Nightmare to get into that. It's to start his first immortal. Again, he confirmed the lack of expansion. I'm sure he didn't see the Twilight Council, doesn't know what kind of all-in it is, but he sees all these stalkers. That's enough of its help. Second shield battery is done. Overcharge is available. We have a couple of sentries with force fields. Oh, as Nightmare, he does push forward. Can he get a stalker? Up! Not quite. Doesn't quite get one. First immortal has arrived. Second immortal's on the way. Now, the power of Blink, as we dive quite deep, focus on a sentry, is that we can bypass the army. We could get high ground vision here if we warp into sentry, we get hallucination, and we could just blink into the main instead. We can avoid this main frontal army. We can avoid the natural. For now, though, that's what we're focusing on. We do blink on forward. We focus down the immortal. Immortal does go down. Sentries as well, but a second immortal is arriving. It does rock up just in time. So far, good damage here from Rostock. He wants the immortal. Gets a stalker. Gets a sentry. Gets a stalker as well. Maintains his army lead. Good pickoffs here by Rostock once again. Just making sure Nightmare cannot get up and running. He blinks on top of the army. The overcharge barely keeps the immortal alive a little bit longer, but it looks like we have too much. We focus down one. He focused down the second stalker as well. There's only adepts, and adepts, they just tickle stalkers. It's just not enough. Another immortal does make it out, but again, we only ever have one. We only ever have one immortal at a time. Shields are triggered. And Rostock, have we done it? It looks like we have. Oh god. So barely forced back. More reinforcements on the way. We have 14 stalkers to the 2 of Nightmare. And Rostock, he just pushes his way further and further into the main base. Gets into the main, focuses down another immortal. And what did it take? What did it take to bring down Nightmare? Not a Zerg, not a Terran, but a Protoss here. As we dive on top of the final immortal, it gets focused down. There's nothing else left. GG gets called. And Rostock pulls off the one base all in. GG, well played. GG. Of all the players, Rostock was not on the top of my list to be the one to knock Nightmare out, but it's a PvP puppy and they can be chaotic. When it came to the defense of Nightmare, I do think he did identify the all-in quickly and he went for the robo, which was good. It was all good getting into immortal production. The downside was the adepts. He still invested into 6 adepts early on, and we saw how little they were doing for him. It was a little bit unfortunate that he had kind of opened up in that way and in that direction, and as a result, they were kind of, I wouldn't say dead supply, but again, they just weren't really doing anything. It was really smart of Rostock to avoid wasting shots on the adepts as well, right? He was intentionally focusing down sentries and stalkers and immortals, and he was just ignoring those adepts as much as possible, just making sure he wasn't wasting any DPS on them. So really good target firing out of Rostock, and really unfortunate kind of setup that Nightmare had. He had shield batteries, he had immortals, but immortals, they needed some more support, more than just adepts. With that, we do have our new King of the Hill. The King is dead! All hail Rostock, our Ukrainian Protoss player, the new King of the Hill. A big win for him, to be honest, a big win. And now suddenly everything is up in the air. Suddenly everything is up in the air. Ooh, we are heading over to the European server. We are heading over to Europa because I mentioned it before. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't the last PvP. We have plenty more Protoss available. Plenty more Protoss here. As we have our next PvP, it is going to be Rostock versus Shameless. Oh, he's Shameless, Bobby. Oh my god. Shameless, who's been a rising star recently. Oh, he has been on our radar these past couple of months. I spoke about some events earlier. I spoke about the New Year Cup, I spoke about the Christmas Cup, and I spoke about the Euro Cup. And Shameless has been looking good in all of them. He has been looking very impressive these past couple of months, taking down some more established names and really making a name for himself. We'll see if he can keep it up. We'll see if he can keep this going. As up next, he's here to challenge the crown of Rostock. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the red Protoss player representing CSO Esports, our new King of the Hill. Maybe for the first time. I'm not sure what his history is here in OSC King of the Hill, but it's great to see him here with a win. It is Rostock. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. Bit of a rising star. He is Shameless. No shame, Bobby. No shame. Catching up. Rostock beat Nightmare. He did. He one base all in it. He all in the hell out of Nightmare. And it worked. Did work quite well. Catching up in the chat. Have to go, oh, thanks for dropping by, Chaldan. Thanks for dropping by. I do appreciate it. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day. Oh. As we are settling into our next PvP here, it's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Shameless, 2-gate opener out of Rostock. We'll keep our eye on both of them. They're both more than willing to embrace a more aggressive style. Ooh, and we are hiding our probe. And likewise, I'm sure we're planning on hiding our second pylon. Senor Rostock. Pylon is going to be thrown down. Now, this is an interesting location. Technically, this is on Rostock's half of the map. True. But the rush distance by ground on Golden Aura is quite short. So, on the one hand, I feel like this could be a proxy Stargate. On the other hand, I wouldn't be opposed to proxying anything else. I'm going to hedge my bets on a Stargate for now, though. Ooh, there it is, the robot on the other side of the tall grass. It's going to be a one base all in. One base all in here from Rostock. He's going to be opening up 2-gate, of course, with Stalkers. Shameless is looking for the pylon. He's looking for the second pylon. He knows it's not here. Where exactly is it? We know, but Shameless is still piecing it together. Meanwhile, across the map, we have a Stargate opener out of Shameless. Something more aggressive here with a Stargate opener. He gets scouted. Rostock, he is aware of the would-be Oracle. He is aware that he needs a shield battery in the mineral line. So we should soon be seeing that from our red Protoss. Meanwhile, Stalkers are going to be amassing, going to be sent out. Likewise, Shameless, he is scouring the map right now. He's checking top right. He's checking top bottom left. He's looking out, and he does come across the Robo. Big scout here from Rostock. Sorry, from Shameless. Meanwhile, Rostock throws down a third gateway. Again, he's still completely all in. Is still all in. Did I say a third gateway? 4-gate. So it's going to be a 4-gate, 1 base all in. This should be just for a warp prism, and we should be warping in vanilla Stalkers. this time without blink. We're not waiting for blink this time. We are hitting harder and faster. Meanwhile, back at home, we have an Oracle first. Bold move, it should be an Oracle into Void Ray. This Oracle was designed to cripple the economy, but it got scouted, so there's that shield battery. As we spoke about, shield battery is on the way for Rostock. He is prepared for that Oracle. Meanwhile, the Stalkers, they have arrived. Pushing their way in. No Void Ray, by the way, which is a little bit concerning. We do get the Revelation. Nice Revelation there on the Observer. Great use of the Oracle, bearing in mind that we couldn't really use it across the map. So really well done. Observer goes down. Prism is on the way. But again, this feels a little bit greedy here for Shameless to not make the Void Ray and to wait for the Immortal production. We'll see if it hurts him. We'll see if it kills him. Meanwhile, we have a couple of Stalkers back at home. Oracle dives in. Again, we are in position. We swat it away. Likewise, across the map, we have high ground vision with that Prism. The Gateway taking a lot of damage. There is a shield battery. There is an overcharge. But the Gateway is going to go down. The Gateway does fall. We're on one Gateway production right now. One Gateway, one Robo, one Stargate. We do have our first Immortal. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough here for Shameless? As he does force Rostock back. Going for another warp in. Shameless still has that Oracle. He's looking for the gold. Just make sure there's no ninja base. Making sure nothing crazy is going on. As we rock up, second Gateway is now finishing up, but another Gateway is under fire. We just got a second Gateway. Good force fields. But again, good juggling out of Rostock. He does avoid most of that damage. Does preserve his army. And he will take down this Gateway. Oh my god. I believe lost a sentry in the process. No, sorry, lost a Stalker. Barely kept that sentry alive. But so far, 2 Stalkers for 2 Gateways. Good trade here for Rostock. But again, that Immortal count is slowly getting higher and higher. We have 2 Immortals here for Shameless. And pushing up this ramp is going to be difficult. Do we commit? We're transitioning into a bay. Oh, Disruptors. Okay. Rostock, he's going to be transitioning into a bay instead. Meanwhile, the Pylon under threat. We turned everything around. Oh my god. A big reaction here to this Oracle. And the Oracle, it's going to get the Pylon. Wow, we depower the Robo. Big pick off. Meanwhile, Rostock, he's committing. He gives up on the Robo. No more mortals. We could shade into the main. Oh. Oh my god. So we drag the Immortal over. We lock it down, but we have some good force fields. We have some good force fields. We have better juggling. Shameless does keep that Immortal alive. Behind this, did we cancel? Okay, we did. I guess when the Robo got depowered, we canceled the bay. No Disruptors. We're going into Blink instead. Now, this Blink is delayed. Because we initially had the Robotics Bay in production, this Blink is quite delayed here for Rostock, and it's going to take a while for us to really get into this. Shameless is building up. Shameless has a better economy. Has a better economy here as he is pushing through again with 3 Immortals. Sorry, 4 Immortals even. And Shameless, he is looking to hunt this down. And it looks like he will commit to the shade. He dives on the army, working his way through those Immortals, catching out the rest of the army as well. Clutch juggling out of Rostock, but he just doesn't have the numbers. He just doesn't have enough. Shameless is snowballing out of control. He has the higher Immortal count. The bigger ground army as well. The better economy. He's expanding. And Rostock back at home, he is struggling. Robo still depowered. Rostock instead threatening a counterattack. Adept shades in. He gets surrounded. Does get surrounded here. And Shameless is going to keep on pushing. There is no shield battery on the low ground, unfortunately. The Immortals are across the map. They're not back at home. I mean, Shameless has that much less to worry about. A lot of probes are falling, to be fair. There's a lot of probes going down. But Shameless, he doesn't care. He's forcing his way in. Oh my god, yeah, he's just mowing through this army. So many ships are going down. The Prism! The Prism does fall. We cannot save these Immortals, but they can save themselves. GG gets called. Shameless defends against the one base all in, counterattacks, and shuts down the King of the Hill, taking it for himself. GG. Shameless takes down Rostock. And we have a new King of the Hill for the first time. This is his debut, by the way. Shameless, his first time here in OSC King of the Hill. And he does claim his first win. GG, well played. Ooh, again, it was a little bit rough there that Rostock got scattered so early. Remember, he got scattered very early on. Oh. Got scattered very early on, and now we are getting ready for our next best of one. We already have our map of choice here. We have our player. I've been waiting for him. It is going to be Nicaract. Shameless versus Nicaract. About to begin. Here we go. Yeah, Nicaract has been patiently waiting here for his next opponent for this TVP. And these two go back and forth. Fun fact, it was in the Christmas Cup that Shameless was able to beat Nicaract initially in the group stage, and then in the rematch, Nicaract got his revenge. But both times, I believe they went to the ace match. They did go to the ace match. And will it happen again? I mean, it's a best of one. It can't happen again. It's going to go one way or the other. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of a hard lead, we have our red Terran player representing Twisted Minds. He is our new challenger, a returning Terran. As we have had nothing but Protoss and Zerg for so long, it is refreshing to see. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player making his debut here in OSC King of the Hill as a king as well as our reigning king here. It is Shameless for Team Little Fairy. Here we go. Now, Nicaract, he goes a long way around. He does skirt the edge of the map, and he is going for an eBay block here at the natural. Good movement out of Nicaract. Shameless should be checking. He does check here on the low ground, does confirm that eBay, and boys will be pulled, and this eBay is going to be cancelled. So good moves out of Shameless. Again, the meta has shifted and evolved over the course of the past couple of months. eBay blocks have been very popular. Scouting for eBays is much more commonplace nowadays as well. So, oh, there's one probe that's not quite attacking. It's stuck! No, there's that much less DPS available here in the probe. Yeah, there we go. It is now going to get involved. Force a cancel on the eBay, and Shameless can expand. Behind this, Nicaract, I believe, there we go, is going for a Rax expand. I was going to say that typically if we did succeed with this eBay block, we would be going for a Rax into factory follow-up. Very aggressive into Cyclones, but because the eBay block didn't quite work out, Nicaract is transitioning into a more economic follow-up instead. So it's going to be an economic opener here from our red Terran player. Behind this, Shameless getting into his own opener as well, as we're going to be settling into our game. Are settling in. As we do have the Reaper just skirting around the edge here of the natural. Likewise, going to be zoned away. Behind this, we have our follow-up. It is not going to be a 3-Vax, which was on the table here as a viable follow-up, but no, we're taking a second gas, getting to a factory, getting to a 2-1-1 setup here. Or even a 1-1-1. Meanwhile, we've chosen our tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council, not a Stargate. Twilight Council opener here at a Shameless should be Blink. The question becomes, as always, how many gateways? How aggressive, how defensive, how economic? Which of these three will we be here for Shameless? Again, Blink is a very versatile way to open. Very versatile way to play out Protoss versus Terran. That does get across the map. Threatening a shade. We can see it's going to be a 1-1-1 opener here from Nickracht. Factory into Starport. Safety Cyclone initially here, which makes sense. No scouting. So this Cyclone is basically meant to keep us safe against an Oracle or a Phoenix in case it was a Stargate opener. As we know, there's no Stargate, but Nickracht doesn't know that. So he's forced to play safe. Forced to get into that Cyclone behind this. No Widowmine drop. We're going for what looks to be not even an add-on swap. Fast tanks? Oh my god. Okay. Very fast tank production here from Nickracht. This is not of the norm. With this one, yes, we're going to be very safe against Blink Stalkers, regardless of how many there are. Very early tank production. But this looks like a 2-base all-in. Like, you would not start tank production this early on if we didn't plan on pushing out with 3 or 4 tanks and even pulling the boys behind it. We're working up and building up a very hefty army. Again, the downside of this is no scouting information. No mine drop here to get into the main base. First tank is out, second tank is on the way, and we're already pushing. Oh my god, we're already moving out. We have Banshees to support, and Shameless is going to try and slow this down. He does see some of the army moving out as he fans out his Stalkers. Behind this, it was 2-gate Blink. 2-gate Blink into a third base. This third is going to be vulnerable. I believe this push is designed to move out on the left-hand side and deny this third base and get a kill ideally. As we are building up towards another tank. 2 tanks are out. Third tank is on the way. More Banshee production. Sorry, getting into medevac production. Here we go. We are pushing. We are moving out. Shameless has eyes on this. Oh, but does bleed out a Stalker. A big loss there for Shameless. And he will lose up. Almost another Stalker here. Oh god, it does go down. Big losses here. 2, 3 Stalkers fall. And Nickracht, his goal here, as we mentioned, is the third. Is that third base. Tanks are sieging up within range. Cyclone goes down. Can we focus down the tanks? We get one. One tank goes down, and we barely get the second tank as well. We have the overcharge, but there's so many Marines. They're vanilla Marines, and they can barely focus down. Can they get it? Oh god! The Immortal holds on a little bit longer. Trying barely to hold on here. Shield battery goes down. As Shameless is kiting his heart out, he's down to 3 Stalkers. He hasn't lost his economy yet. Another tank has arrived. The Immortal makes it just in time. Yeah, we're going straight for that tank. We focused it down. Shameless trying to catch reinforcements, but the Immortal falls. But Shameless, he's so close to defending, by the way. The blinks! He blinks away. We get into the middle line. Boys have to be pulled away as well. But again, we're running out of steam. We're running out of medevacs. Medevac does go down. And we barely depower that pylon. Depower the robo. No more Immortals. And Nickracht, he's still rallying. He is so close to breaking Shameless here and now. The tank does arrive. We're camping the production. How many gateways? Oh, 1 gateway. We can warp in 1 unit. Remember, it was a 2-gate opener. We have 1 gateway to warp in now. 2 more finishing up as we speak, but it may just be too little too late. Nickracht punishing this build so hard. We deny mining here at the natural. We go straight for the third base as well. Second tank does arrive. We go for the dive here with these Stalkers. So many of them go down, and that's too much. GG gets called. Well played. And Nickracht does take down Shameless 1-0, becoming our new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive build there out of Nickracht. Really early tank production into Banshees as well. Into a terrifying push early on, and unfortunately Shameless did open up 2-gate Blink into a third. Very economic opener, and despite seeing the push coming, we did need additional gateways. it took us too long to throw down more production. It took us far too long to throw down additional gateways. We did not take it seriously enough. As a result, we had some money. That's true, we had money, but no warp-ins. We had no production to facilitate us spending that money, and we saw that we just could not keep up with the rally of Nickracht. GG. GG, well played. With that, Nickracht does take down his opponent. And the question becomes, who's left? Who's next and who is left here? We have 2 best of 1s remaining. 2 matches, 2 players. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Ooh, I see someone lurking in-game. I see a couple people lurking in-game. Oh my. Bobby. Okay, who's it gonna be? I see DNS. I see Young Yakov. I see Fiant. Oh my. Some pretty big names. Who do we got? Who do we have? Who else do I see in game? Who's next? I see Nikic. I see Kellezer. Diego. I haven't seen Kellezer in so long. Oh, and here we go. We have our next player here. It is going to be another Terran versus Protoss. Apparently not a member of OSC Elite, but he does have a guest pass, apparently, which I guess you do receive for performing well in tournaments. But it is going to be Nickracht versus, arguably, at one point, he was the ace player of the Platinum Heroes. It is going to be DNS. Let's go. Let us go. Nickracht versus DNS. DNS, of course, he had an amazing season of WTL. It was WTL Summer of 2023, where we were able to feature him, and he looked so damn good, so damn strong. We got to feature him against players like Maru, players like Cyril. DNS, he was holding his own against the best of the best out there in World Team League. It was great to see. In more recent times, Firefly has kind of taken the limelight because in WTL Winter, Firefly was picked up and he kind of claimed his place as the ace player of the Platinum Heroes. DNS has more of a supportive role, but again, regardless, he's still an amazing player. He's still a terrifying Protoss, and I'm ready to bear witness as in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have, for the Platinum Heroes, the French Protoss, DNS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, sorry, top right-hand corner, we have as we have, for the first time, by the way, we're loading into Equilibrium for the first time tonight. We have our blue Terran player for Twisted Minds, the current king of the hill. It is Nickracht. I see in the chat. Shameless is also army supply list. Ah, smooch. But yeah, we're loading into Equilibrium, a very large map, typically vetoed here amongst our players. But not this time, not in this best of one. It's going to be a double gas opener. Double gas opener out of Nickracht. We're still going for the eBay block. This is new. This is very aggressive. Okay, so quick reaction out of DNS. He's going to be pulling the boys. He will deny this eBay block. But with a double gas opener, we can actually get into a faster factory, into a faster cyclone, into quite an aggressive build. Remember, last game it was a Rax expand from Nickracht. This time double gas. I am curious here. eBay across the map. Oh! Is cancelled in time, thankfully. That was very close. But we do cancel that eBay. Behind this factory is in production. As we mentioned again, double gas opener. Faster factory. I'm not too sure if I'm fond of all-ins on Equilibrium. Again, the rush distance by ground is quite long. It's a very large map, longer rush distance, so you have more time to react. We can see DNS, he's checking for the gold, making sure it wasn't taken. Oh, right. My apologies. I just realized I misspelled Nicaract. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Look, it's getting late, okay? It's almost 4 a.m., but it's almost 4 a.m. Esther cynical as the add-on. No shot. The add-ons of the pylon block as well. DNS coming in, disrupting production at just the opportune moment. He does deny the add-on swap, and he gets a full scout of the main base, gets eyes on the CC and the 1-1-1 follow-up. Ay. Slick moves out of DNS. Unfortunate moment for Nicaract. Very unfortunate here. Pylon does complete the probe. It's tasing away at the SCV, delaying the CC if at all possible. Marine comes in and will force this back. But this is so annoying. Like, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong here. Not just, again, the production, not just the build, but also the free scout. The free scout of the main. We get eyes on... Oh, do we see the tech lab? Oh, I'm curious. The pylon sees! No shot. It sees the tech lab, forces the cancel as well. This is brutal. Meanwhile, across the map, Adepse shut down the Reaper. Going for another add-on swap. Now, I believe DNS, he saw the canceled... Yeah, he saw the canceled tech lab. He saw the canceled tech lab. He's aware that there's no Banshee on the way. Opening up Phoenix. Base is being taken here, and we're now getting back into our build. And what are we going for even? I don't even know at this point. We can go for a Cyclone drop, true. We have 2 Cyclones. At the same time, did we scout the tech? We did. We are aware of the Stargate, so the Cyclone is going to be taking defensive position here, protecting against these Phoenixes. Likewise, DNS, he saw the Cyclone production. He saw the first one come out. So he's aware that he has to be wary of said Cyclones. As he does dip in. Oof. Takes a couple of hits. But again, he at least confirms that the Cyclones are still back at home. And we're building up Vikings. We're just sending it. Vikings, Cyclones, and Marines. We're sending everything across the map. A bit of a kitchen sink build, but very aggressive. Now, these are vanilla Marines. No stim, no combat shields, but their purpose here is to support the army. Again, everything here shoots up. Everything here can kill Phoenixes. And with a Phoenix-based opener, that's really all we have to defend. We have a handful of units on the ground. Can DNS hold? He has a shield battery, he has an overcharge. Ooh, as he catches a couple of reinforcements. Nicaract is going to keep on pushing. But we have a ground army, we have enough time. We have Stalkers, we have a handful of Adepts as well. Phoenix is catching a Viking. So again, the solid defense so far by DNS. Picking this army apart. Oof. And yeah, he can proactively just chase this down as well. Yeah, we pick up every single Cyclone. We've shut this down completely. GG gets called. The push will fall on its face, and DNS claims his own win for the first time in OSC King of the Hill. GG, well played. DNS looking solid, having his way with Nicaract. Just really disrupting the start and basically kind of forced an all-in out of Nicaract. Didn't quite work out for him. He was hoping that maybe there wasn't a ground army, that DNS was skipping out on warp-ins. That would have been ideal, but there were Stalkers, there were Adepts, there was plenty on the ground to support, and yeah, DNS handled that situation beautifully. GG, well played. A solid win there for DNS. A solid win. Again, this was his first time here in OSC King of the Hill. Starts off with a win. Again, he's an amazing player. He's one of the stronger Protosses in Europe. And who is up next? Who do we face off against? As, let me just double check here. Exclamation mark B in the chat, if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. One more game. We have one more game remaining here in OSC King of the Hill. Who will be the last man standing? These past couple of series, we've kind of been trading blow for blow. Rostock had one win. They got knocked out by Shameless, got knocked out by Nicaract, knocked out by DNS. We've been just trading the crown back and forth. No one's been able to hold on to it for quite some time. And we'll see if that continues. We'll see if that does continue, as it looks like ESL Open Cup Europe is about to begin. And oh, we have our answer. We have our next opponent. Oh, Cynical's gonna like this one. Oh my god, we're already starting. It is going to be a team kill here between these two Platinum heroes. It is going to be DNS versus Art. I know what you're thinking. Didn't we cast Art earlier? Not that one, the other Art. That's also on the Platinum heroes. Here we go. It all ends with a PvP. Here we go. And we have our map of choice, Hard Lead. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have our pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It's a lot of P's. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from the land of France representing the Platinum Heroes as well, as this is a team kill. It is DNS. Let's go. Oh, I see Cynical in the chat. You got what you wanted, Papi. You got him. He's here. Oh, my apologies. Wait, what? My apologies here, because I assumed that DNS was on the Platinum Heroes, and he was. I missed this announcement. As of 20 days, how did I miss this? As of earlier this month, DNS is no longer in the Platinum Heroes. He's on Berserker. He's on Berserker Esports. So that's my bad. I missed the announcement. Yeah, really cool to hear. Not in game, could do with a clan tag, not gonna lie, but yeah, DNS, he's kind of left the flock, is spreading his wings, and I hope he's getting the support that he deserves on Berserker Esports. In my mind, Berserker and the Platinum Heroes, they're kind of like, they're very similar. They're like cousin teams. They're both quite large. They both have amateur divisions. They both sponsor tournaments. They both sponsor events, and yeah, Platinum Heroes and Berserker, I feel like skill level wise as well, they're pretty similar. That is a big blow, though, to the Platinum Heroes, because DNS was one of their heavy hitters, and Firefly was as well. And there are rumors, or there's confirmation, that Firefly, I believe, has found a new team. And DNS, likewise, also has found a new team as well, clearly. So, yeah, Platinum Heroes, we're looking a little bit rough for WTL, not gonna lie. But, you know, in the ashes of DNS and in the ashes of not just DNS but also of Firefly, that's where Art can rise. That's where Art can really show what he's made of. 2-gate opener from both players. We have a fake proxy pylon from Art and a fake proxy pylon from DNS. Great minds think alike. So both players trying to fake each other out, and DNS is looking. He's looking for that pylon. He is scouring the map right now. Likewise, Art also going to be checking at least nearby. Oh, actually, Art didn't probe scout. Never mind. Art, he didn't even probe scout. So DNS is going for a fake proxy pylon, and Art has no idea. Like, he didn't even check. Smooch. Feels bad, man. It's like DNS is like doing all these flips and cool tricks, trying to like impress someone, and like Art's not looking. He's not even watching. Feels bad, man. Regardless, Adept is gonna be knocked down, and we are getting into our units of choice, our tech of choice here, going for a Twilight Council opener here from Art. DNS going for a Robo. He believes it's an all-in. Second pylon on the high ground here. DNS, he's a little bit paranoid. Shield battery on the pylon on the low ground as well. With this robo-based opener, it is very safe. You can, of course, get into early game immortal production and defend against anything like a one-base all-in. DNS doesn't know that there is an expansion. Just going for a delayed expansion, focusing on Blink first. Meanwhile, DNS warping in some depths outside of his main base. I love this. With this, he can scout. That's what's important here. He can scout across the map. Shield battery on the way. And here comes a hallucination. So DNS right now all about trying to figure out what exactly Art is up to. And he will now confirm that there's an expansion. There is a Nexus, thankfully, and we can get into a longer game. DNS is still working on some Immortals just to keep himself safe, as he also confirms that he's behind when it comes to the Blink timing, as Blink is already being researched. Now, Immortals are a really good way to make up for your lack of Blink Stalkers. You can be down 4 Stalkers, 5 Stalkers, and an Immortal can make up for that. As Adepts are not going to commit to the Shade. Oh my god. As we do focus down a couple of those Adepts, they do get chased down here by Art. He does gain map control. As he moves out, Hallucination comes in just to confirm no additional gateways. It's not an all-in. Art is expanding behind this. Very fast third base here from Art while he has map control. On top of that, he can blink into the main. He can dive into the main base. He can and he will. Bold move here. The pylon looking exposed. He's going for the probes. Going for the workers. Going for the mineral line. He gets 2. Oh. Ooh, barely gets 3 as well. Is forced to recall 5 probes here as Adepts a shade into the natural. We're pulling DNS apart. DNS having a hard time keeping up here. 10 workers. 11. 12? Oh my god. 11 probes go down here. Again, we may have lost a couple of Stalkers here in the main. 1 Stalker. It was 1 Stalker. Well worth getting 11 probe kills and pulling DNS out of position. And not just that, DNS, he loses 11 workers and he is down at third base. Checking his vision, he hasn't seen. He doesn't know. Hallucination comes in. Gets eyes on the tech, the Robo, the Forge, the would-be +1. And we are making our way towards the third, but we deny the scouts! Big moment there. DNS, he doesn't get eyes on the third, still in the dark. Still trying to figure out and get a read on what exactly is going on. Hallucinations, they come across each other. Art looking to intercept once again. Oh my god! He will intercept, but this time DNS finally gets a scout. He gets a glimpse of the base.
Warriors seek the enemy's blood.
He is aware. As DNS is going to be pushing. Now, DNS is about to hit with Blink. He's about to catch up with that Blink upgrade. Looking at the army sizes here, Art has more Stalkers, but DNS has more Immortals. As I mentioned before, Immortals that can make up for a Stalker deficit. But he runs into the army and he backs off. Wise move. This would have been a very clutch fight, and I would have given the edge to Art, especially with shield batteries and an overcharge. So DNS does retreat, and he's behind. Like, DNS straight up, he just has a later third base. As a result, down in workers, down in economy. Down when it comes to +1. +1 already underway here for Art. Meanwhile, DNS still working on his first Forge. Again, the one advantage that DNS has is the Immortal count. That's all he's really got going for him. And even then, Art, he's building up his own Immortal count as well. Nation comes in. Doesn't see much. He's being so greedy. Takes a 4th as well. Always the first to expand here. Takes a 4th base. DNS behind this is going to be transitioning into Charge. We have Charge on the way instead. It's a good way to kind of diversify our army and get away from Immortals on Blink. But Art is pushing. Art, he's moving out. He's already got Charge on his army. He has the Prism to reinforce. DNS's Observer does catch wind of this. He does see, he is aware. He's getting ready himself. He has a shield battery, overcharge, 3 Immortals. Observer gets sniped, but Art knows he's been scouted. Oh, and how do we approach this? Art, he has the high ground. He has the concave. And he's going to be able to take a better fight. He blinks on forward. He shuts down that overcharge. No more shield batteries, no more overcharge. And now he's snowballing out of control. Those 2 Immortals doing so much damage to the back line. Shield batteries finishing up, but it's going to be focused down as well. There's only 1 Immortal left. We're juggling. We're juggling our hearts out, but Artie's snowballing out of control. Just too much of a lead. He focuses down the Prism and the Immortal. The boys are being pulled. They have to be. And it's still not going to be enough. And GG gets called. Art will take down a DNS and be our final King of the Hill of the night. GG. GG, well played. Again, Art doing a great job at being one step ahead, essentially. Being one step ahead of DNS throughout that entire game. Was ahead, again, in upgrades, bases, economy, tech. And DNS was just trying to scout and trying to play reactively, but again, as a result, was just unable to stay ahead. Also that, of course, the crucial moment when Art was able to get into the main base and cripple the economy of DNS. Unfortunately, DNS didn't see the army moving out. He wasn't in position. He was pulled apart. In that moment, he lost 11 workers, and Art, he just secured his lead with that and ran with it. GG. GG, well played. Very well done here by Art, and yeah, we kind of traded back and forth quite a bit here. You can see that the caliber of skill between all these players is very close. Like, all these players are all neck and neck here with how well they can perform. And congratulations to Art for becoming our final King of the Hill of the night. And let's quickly go over some of those results. Let's quickly go over it as we switch our scenes over. Bam. And exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. There we go. And we started off with the beginning of the night here, and alright, I forgot to change this. I wasn't sure if I was going to use this scene, actually. Where's the crown? Where's the crown? There it is. Beautiful. Okay, from the top, we had Spirit. We had Spirit as our reigning champion from last week. He did start things off here with a bit of a bang. Did go on a bit of a win streak. Took down Quanta and Hydra, but Wayne, he came out of left field here. He came out and he took Spirit down in a pretty intense series, in a pretty intense matchup. Wayne was able to flex his skill and bring down Spirit, and then the era of Wayne did occur. He went on a pretty deep run here. He took down Jumi, Geralt, Gref. Quite a lot of Protoss players. Quite a lot of Protosses fell at the hand of Wayne, but eventually, through the color, they were all avenged by Nightmare. Nightmare, he came out and he was able to avenge his fallen Protoss brethren here. Took down Wayne, and he just went on his own tear as well. He took down the other Arts. He took down Miyamaika, Dimaga, and in a twist of fate, who would be the one to stop Nightmare? Not Miyamaika, not Dimaga, not Art. Rostock. Rostock came out of nowhere here, and in a PvP with a 1-base 4-gate blink all in, he caught Nightmare with his pants down. Again, this was on Hecate. Nightmare had an unfortunate start where he had invested heavily into Adepts, which was less than ideal to defend to support his Immortals, and Rostock, he popped off. He was the one to bring down Nightmare, and honestly, if it wasn't for Rostock, it's possible that maybe Nightmare's run wouldn't have ended. Again, he's just a terrifying beast, a terrifying player, but anything can happen in PvP. Anything can happen in PvP, and in the aftermath of the Nightmare Dynasty, we had a bit of turmoil because because the king could not last long. We then went into just 1-0s left and right, and players were just knocking each other out until, of course, we landed on Art at the end of the night. So yeah, it was a great tournament. Great run here. For those that are curious, again, OSC King of the Hill, it is a King of the Hill style tournament where it's pure best of ones. As you can see, purely best of ones. And every now and then, this happens. Every now and then you get an upset like this, where, hey, it's a best of one. All you need is one game. Come in with some cheese. Come in with an all-in, and you can pop off. And that's exactly what Rostock did. So that's what's always amazing, and always my favorite part about OSC King of the Hill. We've seen players like Nickrak do the same against Spirit, for example. Like, Spirit has fallen some of these big players. Nickrak, he's brought down Beyond many a time in this format. Maxfax has fallen, etc. Like, you can have these big names rock up, and then out of nowhere, they can be brought low by some of these more up-and-coming players. So, yeah, it was really cool to see. Really great tournament here. And again, if you enjoyed it, do consider supporting OSC. OSC, they've been running and hosting StarCraft events for many years. they are actually in their 11th year of their OSC Championship. Bam. Their OSC Championship, they do have an Indiegogo, !OSC in the chat. If you guys are curious, if you guys want to support it, you can already see some people have already pledged and added to the prize pool here. But there is an Indiegogo, and again, every year there's an OSC Season Championship. Basically, this is like IM Katowice. This is like the World Finals for online tournaments. OSC, they're partnered with basically every online event out there. Events made by Wardy, by ourselves, by any other, by KSL. I want to maybe I'm not too sure about KSL, but many events out there, they do provide OSC points to kind of fund and to kind of build up towards this online finals. And yeah, every year it's beautiful, it's amazing. You can see the previous year's champions. That's Pig back in 2013, Gumiho in 2014, Solar a couple of times, Solar in 2015, Björn in 2016. That was Björn's year, by the way. 2016, year of Björn, the one-man army, when he popped off and won BlizzCon. You got Neeb the year after that. That's back when Neeb was in his peak, you know, Kespa champion Neeb. In 2017, we got Solar following that. We have Cure here in 2019. 2020 was Clem, followed by Zest. This was just before he went to the military. Just before Zest went to the military, bam! He was our OSC champion for 2021. And then MaxPax was last year's champion in 2022, of course. A beautiful selfie of MaxPax. Beautiful. I don't know how he does it, you know, how he's able to just get the right angle there for just a beautiful shot. It's beautiful. And who's next? Who's this year? We're going to find out. I believe the OSC Championship is underway. Again, I believe Wardy, Chicken Man, some of the other community casters have been covering some of the season championship, and it is well underway. So do consider supporting, do consider checking it out. And OSC King of the Hill, this event is even a part of this, is when it comes to, like, you know, adding to the points where players can be invited and seeded into the end of year finals. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. I was so tired at the start. I was so this was our second broadcast of the day. We casted ESL Asia, and I was nodding off during ESL Asia, right? During Solar versus Cure. Oh my god. Game 2? It's not good. And then in between OSC King of the Hill and ESL Asia, I got some coffee. And we were good. We're awake. We're alive. We made it. We made it. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. in the morning, Papi. Gonna go get some veg. Gonna go get some rest. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll find someone to raid. And I see who. I see who we're gonna be raiding. El Pollo Loco. Chicken Man. He just went live and he's casting ESL Asia. We're not casting ESL Asia. ESL Asia just started. I could cast. I'm awake. Technically, I could cast it, but I shouldn't, because I need to get some sleep, because tomorrow is a big day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be going over. I'm going to be taking flights, heading over to the airport, and heading over to Poland. Going to be starting my journey to Europa. So I do need to get some rest. So plenty of other casters have you covered when it comes to ESL Europe and ESL Americas. Casters like Chicken Man, Artosis, Pig, Steadfast, Wardy, Rotterdam, they all, Zombie Grub at times, they all got you covered. Plenty of English coverage going on. And stick around, we're going to be giving Chicken Man a raid as he is just about to begin ESL Open Cup Europe. What up? They got you covered. Join the chat. I'll do my best. Thank you. Thank you. Ultimate having vengeance for leaving him. True. Like, hope she's looking, bro. that's what the vibe I was going for. Yes. There's a lot of arts. All right. With that, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving someone else a raid, and we'll see you guys next time. So tomorrow I won't be live. This channel is going to be live tomorrow. It's going to be live tomorrow with the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown, and I believe that's going to be casted by Yakuzaku and Asher Bro. They're both going to be covering that. Kuro is going to be involved as well. So the other Ducklings are all coming together to bring you the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown in less than 24 hours. So this channel will still be live. I won't be there. So look after the other ducklings. Look after Yaku, Asher, Kuro. They'll be doing their best. And be sure you're there to support them. Be sure you are there for it. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Bye. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.